that's the thing. We don't know the finish. We don't know the end yet. And it's important, therefore, although they seem to be fairly minor details at the time, to say, OK, the Masters made up a few seconds there. It's now back to one lap within race distance, and it becomes relevant. And you never know where these stories may lead. It might lead ultimately to a dead end. But we've got to keep monitoring them here on IMSA Radio, just in case the very much unexpected might happen. Very impressive impressed with the champion team from last year in the 2020 WeatherTech Sports Car Championship at GTLM level from the two Corvettes, because they've been glued together for probably the last 8 hours or so, and still metronomically ticking off the lap, separated by a quarter of a second, and now have a comfortable margin over Jesse Kroh's BMW. This is the way they seem to like it at Corvette, isn't it, John? They're not unsettled by such close running.
No, not at all. And I think there was a time, wasn't there, when the BMW 4 hours or so ago was in the lead for a little while. What I want to know now is when they're actually going to unhitch that bungee cord between the 3 and the 4. In fact, there's going to be a pass for the lead in GT Le Mans as we're talking about it into the bus stop, and the number 3 car takes over. So Jordan Taylor goes past Nick Tandy and heads off. So have they finally cut the bungee cord with just under 5 hours to go to the checkered flag? Jeremy Shaw is with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Morning, Jeremy. I said this to Nick earlier on. It does look to me as though the Corvettes have had something in reserve. They've been driving together, swapping and changing the leads, and at the moment it looks like they're out on a test. There's nothing around them on the track. That pass there, whether it was orchestrated or not, we don't know. But this has been another good Daytona for Corvette and the new C8R.
Well, it really has, John, because the cars have been in control pretty much all of this race. There was a minor glitch for the number 4 car very, very early on. They made it only cost them a few seconds, so they made up that pretty quickly. And they're getting great fuel mileage. They seem to be getting a little bit, going a little bit longer between their pit stops than the other contenders. That could be critical in the late stages, but it's still super close between all of those cars in GTLM, John, isn't it? Because lap times have been close. Yeah, the Corvettes have been out front pretty much the whole way, but the fastest lap in the race has been set by the Risi Ferrari. That was by Alessandro Pierguidi on lap 429, so not that long ago actually. Most of the contenders in GTM set their fastest laps around about the same time in the race 2 or 3 hours ago, except for Jordan Taylor. His best lap in the Corvette car number 3 that is leading right now was set only 13 laps ago. So, I think it's. I don't think we've yet seen what truly we have in store for the final stages in GTLM.
No, our countdown to Grade, Michelin countdown to Grade, and the Porsche keys to the race. The one that I put a big highlighter mark around 2 were the last 2, high noon. So that's an hour away right now. The shadows getting shorter, the sun up, and the track temperature, which was down to 14 Celsius during the night, has risen in concert with the air temperature to 21 Celsius. And the tyres, Nick Damon. Who is going to have some sticker Michelins left for later on? They were sort of half doubling the tyres or alternate side doubling the tyres during the night to save some of their allocation, which started on Thursday and goes all the way through the checkered flag. A little bit of heat, a little bit of sunshine on them. They'll have them out the back, making sure that the sun's shining on them. And late race cautions, new sets of tyres, extra grip, that's where you want to be. You don't want to be going, oh, I tell you what, we'll stick this set on that did 3 stints in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been working, whilst they've been back time, you certainly can back time tyre sets, and they've got to save a lot of new stuff in the end. This taking 2 inches off is effectively a way of tinted half, and they had a lot of tyres in hand. I'm sure they were very, very careful what they used during the various practice sessions. So there'll be at least, I think, 4 sets to run the last 2 hours without any used tyres. That's the way the car handles best. It might be. It does actually. It actually likes to have a bit of age on one side. The top of the DPI class has all been in and out of the pits. The first stop since the last yellow. So the only thing was Alexander Rossi, I think, got 24 laps in that stint. But that's not a full speed 24 laps because he was, of course, had a couple of those first 3 or 4 laps were under the yellow. Looking at it, didn't change an awful lot. We're still waiting for, of course, the big thing that happened at the end of the last was the mistake which Max made, rolling his wheels before getting jumped onto the ground. So he did a drive-through, which is why he's now out of sequence and desperate for some form of yellow flag. So one more yellow flag, and that'll bring Magnussen back into play, and we'll be back with the 5 DPIs all running together.
That was a question that was asked by a number of people, including Lord Skeeter at IMSA Radio on the Twitter, hashtag R24Radio. Said I had to go and do the washing up, and when I came back, K-Man was out of it. Very strict rules. I've got 1 or 2 people querying this as well, actually. Very strict rules in IMSA about what happens when the car is on its jacks, when it's up in the air in the pit lane. This is not the same as in the WEC about wheel spinning away from your pit stall. This is about the car being up in the air and the rear wheels being engaged in gear to the engine and them turning whilst it's up in the air. And Jeremy, that's a safety. That's an absolute safety consideration there. Hands in, people looking around. If the car's in the air, really you want either your foot on the brake or the car not in gear at all. And IMSA, I think quite rightly, are pretty hot on that.
Well, yeah, they're very, very hot on that. You're absolutely right. I think it's allowed a quarter turn or something like that, and anything more than that, and it's going to be a penalty. And there are officials in every single pit stall to police that. And yeah, it's a great rule. We all know how easy it is for injuries to occur if wheels start spinning while the mechanics are trying to do something, whatever it is, change tyres or other things underneath a wheel arch. So yeah, it's a critical point, and it is very, very well policed by IMSA. That rule's been there for a long, long time, so everybody knows it.
Correct.
And but every now and again, it happens, and it's just sort of kind of one of those things. You're busy in the cockpit even during your pit stop when you're standing still.
That's very true. And Jeremy makes a very good point there. We're not talking about the little shuffle when you do put the car into gear and it sort of clocks on the racing gearbox and it moves an eighth or even a quarter of a turn. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is the car being in gear, the engine being connected to the wheels through the gearbox, and it's spinning around. Very, very dangerous indeed.
Was the engine turned off after the pit stops? So
that's a very good point. That is a very good point, Nick, and that's why we don't see that happen in ACO rules racing. That is a very good point, because that is the regulation that you're not allowed to leave your engine running in the pit stop. You're also not allowed to fuel and tyre at the same time. You can do one or the other, and I suppose literally, if you're an engine, you pay your money and you take your choice. I know it's just because of the amount of racing that I've seen down through the years, but it always slightly worries me when I see the fuel hose in a car and the car going up on its jacks and moving. And that is just something for me that I slightly balk at. But I think generally speaking, all of these things are here. All of those regs in the pits are there for a reason, and the first reason is almost always not for the aggrandisement of the series, but from a safety point of view. Jeremy, Larry Holt from Mazda and Multimatic has been keeping you informed with what's going on with them. He was a bit grumpy early in the race because they missed an opportunity to get the race lead lap back. What's going on on down there now?
Well, yeah, they are back on the lead lap now. It's been a brilliant last stint by, I think it was Harry Tickler who was driving the car, wasn't it, through the last stint. He actually overtook the leaders to get one of his laps back, and then that recent full course caution put him back on the lead lap. So they're quite a long way behind because they got the wave around right at the end. Hadn't yet quite caught up with the pack when they went back to green, but you know, there's still plenty of time left in this race. So lots of optimism, I think, here from the Multimatic Mazda Motorsports team, and they are back in the lead lap now and able to challenge. I don't think we've yet seen perhaps the full capabilities of that number 55 car. We will see.
Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindorf in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Nick Damon is looking after our pit and paddock reports from VP Racing Fuels. Gareth Evans has a question. Many of the cars, he says, have what looks like a pitot probe, which I assume collects data relating to dynamic air pressure. What does the car do with this data? You're absolutely right. It's perhaps sometimes more noticeable on some of the GT cars, Gareth. For those that don't know, a pitot tube, often used on aircraft noses for air pressure or for other types of speed and air pressure and density calculations. Again, it's all about gathering data, correlating other measurements within the cars that are used either by the teams or by IMSA or both, Jeremy. Down through the years we've seen some phenomenal arrangements, particularly I seem to remember the C7R Corvette had a couple of pitot tubes, those little thin tubes come out through the front of the car and then have a right angle at it. We were talking earlier on about the amount of data that is collected by the teams and by IMSA. It's not necessarily being used to affect the car directly and in real time, but it is being collected for later on.
There's so much data they'll analyse after the race. So, they get a lot of information during the race as well, but there's a lot more that they'll sit down and pore over once this 24-hour race is completed. They might wait till tomorrow, perhaps, but they might not do it right at the end of the race. But it's something they'll get to, and it's so professional these days. This sport, it's a completely different sport to when I first started getting involved in it. And in many ways, it's a heck of a lot better. Particularly the reliability of these cars, it's just remarkable now. These cars are pushed pretty much flat out for 24 hours. That would never happen back, 20 years or so ago, or certainly longer than that. I think the first time I was here at this Daytona race, I think it was 1980, and I think the margin of victory then was 30 laps. Now it's quite likely to be 30 milliseconds. I mean, it's just incredible how the competitiveness and particularly the reliability has changed. And that's as a result of all that data now that the teams are able to get from these cars.
Well, we talked, don't we, about a 24-hour sprint. Let's ask a driver who's live from the paddock area for us on IMSA Radio as part of our VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock Report. Oliver Askew is with us and joins us this Sunday morning. Morning, Oliver, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Surprisingly good, actually. We haven't been rattled around in a car and had to concentrate while going 3 and 4 wide on the banking at the sharp end of 180, 190 miles an hour. Tell us what your race has been like. Give us a brief synopsis.
It's been really exciting. So exciting I haven't been able to sleep a minute. I've been up since yesterday morning. I just got out of the car for my second and final triple stint. Scott Andrews is in the car now. We're currently leading in penalty free for Riley Motorsports, and then Spencer Big is gonna close off the race with us. Gar Robinson finished his stint early, and everyone's working really well together. So this is my first endurance race ever. So I've never done any driver changes before or anything like that. First sports car race, so I'm having a blast, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this race plays out.
It's a bit of a different. No, it's not a bit of a difference. It is a totally different mindset for a career motor racing driver such as yourself, because it is the nature of the beast coming through single-seater ranks or any kind of races where you're alone in the car with one driver. In some ways you have to be a little bit selfish when you're in the car, and the first person you want to beat if you've got more than one car in the team is your teammate. Obviously you're not sharing the car. Is it then almost a reboot of how you go about your motor racing at the track, Oliver?
Yeah, a little bit. This car kind of reminds me of a USF 2000 or an Indy Pro 2000 car. So it's definitely bringing me back to my roots. It's like being out there in USF 2000 car and you have Indy cars around you, which are the DPIs, which I think is amazing, and I think this type of racing is so exciting. But to your point on having teammates, right now we're working really well together. I believe we're about 2 laps ahead of second place, so the main focus right now is to put our egos aside and take care of the car and bring it home for Riley Motorsports today.
The fact that this is your first race, I'm so envious. Your first endurance race, your first sports car race, and it's the Daytona 24 hours. And I've got to tell you, they're not always all like this, Oliver. I don't want you to think it's always this way around.
No, I understand that completely. Luckily we've, knock on wood, we haven't had any dramas throughout this race so far. It's been pretty straightforward, and I wouldn't expect anything less from this race team. Bill Riley is very highly respected in this paddock, and he's a legend when you think of success at the Daytona 24 hours or just in sports cars in general. So it's been awesome working with these guys.
Jeremy Shaw is with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre and has a couple of questions for you, Oliver, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Hey Oliver. Hey, look, you talked about the fact this is your first endurance race. What's been the most challenging aspect for you?
The most challenging for me is definitely understanding how to work around traffic and how to be passed without losing much time. Thinking a couple corners ahead, knowing that there's a DPI or an LP2 coming up behind you, and kind of trying to time that overtake as best as possible, and in order to lose as little time as possible. And the same thing goes with passing other cars, GT cars. We're quicker than today. So that's been a bit of a learning curve, but I think I've grasped that pretty well over a couple of triple stints that I've done.
Yes, it looked that way. How about visibility out of these cars too? Because that's quite different to what you're used to.
Yeah, visibility isn't very good, but luckily here at Daytona International Speedway we have spotters basically see the entire track from up top of the spotter stand. So it takes me back to driving an Indy car on the ovals, where we don't look in our mirrors at all. We just completely rely on the spotter to basically paint the picture for us, and to let us know what's going on behind and around the car. So that's not an issue at the moment.
If you never look in your mirrors, Oliver, then you'd go very well in Europe at the moment, where people seem to have forgotten how to do that, driving their street cars during lockdown. It's all a bit Mad Max out there. So you guys, the mandatory brake change, has that happened? It's happened for you. I think I've seen at least one 8-minute stop. Have you actually changed the brakes twice on the car?
I think so. I wasn't there for it, but so we definitely did the 8-minute stop. And these guys can change the brakes in less than 8 minutes. And apparently we changed them for a second time earlier this morning, I think before the sun came up, just to make sure that they would last to the end, because we had such a big buffer to the cars behind. So, like I said before, right now it's all about you know, keeping that buffer to the cars behind, and keeping the car safe, not taking too much curb in the bus stop. I'm sure, you know, as you guys can see, the GTD cars and the GTLM cars, you know, take way more curb than the prototype cars can. So it's kind of difficult racing with them through there. But you know, it's all about taking care of the car at this point.
Listen, I know you want to get away and get a shower, clean yourself up.
Yeah.
The protocol at the track dictating that it's a little bit difficult for even you guys to do your job out of the car. So we appreciate you picking up the phone to us, Oliver. So, all right, I suppose the final question has to be this.
Thank you, guys.
The final question then, this has been your first endurance motor race and sports car race. There seem to be some opportunities here for drivers, for professional drivers. Oh, we've lost him.
No, you got me. Hello?
Oh, sorry. Are you going to do some more? What are you going to do in 2021? And then are you going to do some more with us? Because we'd love to have you.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, my focus is to get back to IndyCar racing. That's the main priority. But I definitely love being in this paddock. You know, I actually grew up as a sports car racing fan before I was an IndyCar fan. You know, my best friend and I used to go to the 12 Hours of Sebring every year and camp out. And you know, I just love this style of racing. It's kind of surreal to now be here racing in this paddock. So I definitely like to come back. Hopefully with Riley Motorsports, maybe for the endurance rounds. But we'll see. We'll see.
Well, you've done a great job. I'm pleased to hear that you've enjoyed it. It's always nice to hear someone who has such emotion for what they do, and particularly when they do it as well as you do. Oliver Askew, thank you. Best to the rest of the team, and the car still leading in LMP3 at the moment for Riley Motorsport, the number 70 for Ligier. Thanks, Ollie.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the race.
I think that's almost a given. Almost a given. Great to hear such enthusiasm there from Oliver Askew. Nick David, whilst we were talking, the next round of pit stops. Give us a quick roundup, please.
Well, after the reset of the full course yellow, it's now run a whole set of fuel out for the GTLMs and some of the GTDs as well. Key point is that big battle at the front with the Corvettes and BMWs continues on, but the Corvettes have changed their drivers out. Jordan Taylor's got out, Nick Cattermo's got in, and of course Nick Tan's got out, and Alex Sims in the car as well. So they're pushing hard. Jesse Crone was on board. He stayed on board the BMW, and he now needs to wait because it came in staggered. He needs to wait another lap or half a lap to rectify what that line across the order across the line, and whether of course the Corvettes have kept their 10-second lead over that BMW. James Collado in the racing competition at the same time in fourth at the moment scored.
Nick with that VP Racing Fuel pit paddock update. The battle in GTD lead is now on the pit lane and separated by as little as it has been on the track. So the pit crews now will work to pit themselves against each other. The drivers have been doing this for a very long time. 7 Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 and the 21 AM Corsa Ferrari. They both come down a little bit quicker for the AMG, with that distinctive bulbous grille and the Mercedes-Benz trefoil on the front of it. They're pitted pretty close, just a couple of boxes between them in the pit lane, waiting for the VP Racing fuel. That should always be the determining factor. Oh, Ferrari gets a jump, but not enough of a jump, I think, to turn that around on the pit lane. They race to pit out on the pit lane speed limiter. Now, which of them are going to be bravest on their new Michelin tyres? Philip Ellis in the AMG, just weaving left and right, trying to get some of the shine and the sheen off those front tyres. He's off the pit lane speed limiter and down towards the infield hairpin at the International Horseshoe. and then they came in and cars led between them. They're going out about the same. Here comes the Heart of Racing Aston to join the fun as well. Not in a race with those two, but on hot Michelin tyres, and in the middle of a stint, this could make things very, very interesting as they head towards the west end, through the kink and to the western end of the infield area, and it's defensive driving to the inside, the right-hand side of the corner by Philip Ellis. He drifts out in the short shift, and here's the Aston inserting itself here, and quite clearly Nicholas Nielsen does not need that Aston to be getting in between him and the car that was leading in the class, but it has happened, and that may well be the source of some frustration there for the F Corsa Ferrari driver. Although I think the Heart of Racing Aston has got the pace at the moment, with tyres that are up to temperature and pressure, to get by the pair of them. Here's a chance for Nielsen then. He dodges to the low side, the left-hand side of the track, coming into the bus stop on the back straight. And we are left as we were when we left the pit lane. Jeremy Shaw, anxious times there. Absolutely not what either of those drivers wanted, just coming out on a fresh set of rubber to be involved and embroiled with a car further back down their class.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, these guys, they're fighting for everything out there. They don't know initially. Whoa!
There's a hit! There's a hit! Oh my goodness me! Into the tyre wall at turn 1 for the number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. Well, I thought it was going to settle down. What was I thinking? Having that thought in, it looks like it's turned around. Nielsen is pointing in the right direction. Is the rear wing a bit askew? I don't think so. Coming down off the transition, always difficult, Jeremy, but surely you've just come out of the pits. You've still got 4 and a bit hours to go. Do you need to be racing this close? It was the tiniest of touches.
That was the Mercedes that caused that incident, John. The Ferrari was on the outside. He's not on board from the 57 car. They're heading down. He wasn't left a lot of room, but the 57 car just had to get on the brakes there. That'll be a tough one to call, because I think it's Grassoni who's just taken over at the wheel, perhaps, of number 21 Ferrari. He certainly squeezed down a bit on the number 75 car, which is driven by Lucas Stoltz. But yeah, it's a hard one. It was the 75 car, yeah, Stoltz had lost control for sure, and then took out the Ferrari. But once he squeezed a bit too much into making that happen, that's going to be one for race control to call. Looks like there might be a problem with the it would be the left rear tyre on the Ferrari. It's gone flat.
Yeah, it was driver changes for both of those cars. I think the time was just catching up with me, and it was a bit.
He did a couple of laps ago. And the 75 car was in a couple of laps previous.
Yeah. So both came down at the same time. I think.
The Mercedes was in, I believe, 2 or 3 laps before the Ferrari.
Didn't we see them on the pit road together? Yeah, maybe I misremembered that. They were together. Oh, they were together. Yes, I thought they were. Yes, they came out right together, right in front of the Heart of Racing Aston, Jeremy. That was what we saw. That was them coming out the pit. So that was their second lap. Each of them their second lap out the pit. And the AMG there, we've talked about this many times before, but the transition down from the banking that's not as high as the corners, is turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, but on still in transition, Jeremy, on the racetrack, as the fat Porsche is pulling off the circuit of its own steam and taking one of the shortcuts onto the infield. But there is still a transition from the slightly banked to the flat area on the apron. It looked to me as though that was what caught the new driver in that car out. Very tricky to get your braking right there. You come very high speed, and both of them with a brand new set of Michelins on. As I say, having come out of the pits on the previous lap, that was their first lap out of the pits.
unless scoring is wrong, Sold within 2 laps before number 70. Wasn't it number 75? Wasn't it? Or was it 57? 57. Big part. My bad.
Ellis has been in for 2 and a bit, so that he was not. There's no driver change then, John.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So Ellis stayed in that car. Sorry. Yeah.
Wrong Mercedes. My bad.
No, that's all right. That's all right. It's not Rolex.
I to get there on the edge.
I'll take the $5 in the jar. The back end of that Ferrari is not how it came out of the Ferrari factory, and that was the contact with the tyre wall, I think, rather than the contact with the other car. But that looks like that might be suspension damage. What a shame, because that was shaping up to be a great battle in GT LM. The 57, Phil Ellis, has managed to hang on to the lead. Lucas Stoltz then promoted into second for the rigid run Sun Energy 1 team. And Pat Long, with the injured Porsche, which has backed up a long time ago, is in the 3rd place. And the defending champions in class from this race last year, the race winners from last year, Paul Miller Racing for number 1, now in 4th position, and they're all on the same lap. So heartbreak for AF. Jeremy David said that would be tough for them, and you said it would be, race control to unravel that, and race control have made the call that there was no action. Now that doesn't mean that they've ignored that, it means they've looked at it and they can't find one driver more at fault for the action than the other. We're not talking about malice here, but we're talking about what's called instant responsibility.
Indeed so, and I think the Ferrari definitely came down, so to speak. It turned in a little bit too soon. I think the Mercedes, who was on the inside, had to go across that little bit of grass there because it was squeezed down by the Ferrari. And if Ferrari stayed out another foot, maybe 2, then at least the Mercedes would have been able to stay on the black stuff rather than the green stuff, because the black stuff has a lot more grip than the green stuff, the grass. And I think it was probably as he got to the grass that the Mercedes driver kind of lost control and then sort of took out the Ferrari from there. But the Ferrari really did need, I think from my perspective, to give the Mercedes just a little bit more room there. And if that had been the case, if there had been contact then, I think the blame would have been more so on the Mercedes.
So suspension damage, we think. I thought the rear wing was damaged as well, Nick Damon, on that Ferrari.
Mercedes back out again.
Right.
So they did a nice bit of heavy duty tank tape to repair the wing, which had a weird bend. It was sitting on the tip of the tyres, but it righted itself. So obviously they probably cracked some of the laminates within the carbon fibre wing. I think actually what happened is there's a couple of kind of strakes, almost I say diffuser strakes, but air directing strakes behind the rear wheel. I think one of them got bent onto the wheel, and that was had actually taken the tyre out. So they had to rip that one away in the first place. But I don't necessarily think it was suspension. I think they were rooting around underneath it to get off the erroneous pieces of carbon fibre.
Also, when a tyre goes like that, you get some of the cords from the tyre, which are, as you might imagine in a racing tyre, are fairly substantial. They have to be, and they get wrapped around pieces of the underbody and the suspension of the car, and can cause issues as well. So head back to the front of the race after that little excitement. This race has never failed to excite, has it? There's barely been 3 or 4 laps where we haven't been watching someone closing down on somebody, working out who's got the advantage on the pit stops, seeing side by side, or a little bit of argy-bargy somewhere around the circuit. And at the very front of the field, with almost 20 hours having been completed on bar 9 minutes, Philippe Albuquerque back in the number 10, black and blue. Conor Cunningham and Ultra Acura has all of half a second of second place, where Simon Pagenaud is in the Ally Cadillac. It's the 48, and in fairness, it's only another 11 seconds back to Juan Montoya, who's back doing his work in the Meyer-Shank Racing with Curb Agajanian Acura, and another 24.5 seconds back to Scott Dixon, who's done brilliant work and done more than his fair share of the driving as well. Scott Dixon, he has undoubtedly pulled his weight. Wouldn't expect anything else from Dixie in 4th position. And 1 minute and 1 seconds off the lead, Jonathan Bomarito completes the top 5 in DPI at the front of the field, all on the lead lap, with a little over 4 hours and 7 minutes still to go. We're about 25 minutes away from that high noon mark that we were talking about, have been continuing to talk about. Beautiful blue skies, temperatures just eased up another notch or two, 23 Celsius in the air, 22 on the track, thanks to Michelin. And Simon Pagenaud really trying to keep the leader in sight, Philippe Albuquerque, trading tenths of seconds, Jeremy, fractions of tenths of seconds. 136.830 against 136.808. Juan Montoya actually took 3/10 out of the last time around, but really it's neither here nor there at the front of the pace. It's a 136.5, and that's what they're all doing at the moment, with the last 4 hours of the race hoving into view.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? It's kind of cat and mouse right now. No one's, I think, really willing to show their hand. But look, those front two leaders, as you say, there's nothing to choose between them, is there at all? Actually, this might be the biggest gap we've seen for quite a while. It's a little bit over a second after 19 hours and 53 minutes of this race. It's tremendous. I think, it's really cool to see. And the gaps of the other cars on the lead lap now, all 5 of them, is remaining pretty stable through this run at this stage in the race. It's about 11 seconds back to the 3rd place car, then gaps of around about 24 seconds between the number 60 and the number 01 in 3rd and 4th, and then Scott Dixon in the 01 and Jonathan Bomarito in a Mazda was running into 5th place. So as you say, pretty much running, they're not all 5 nose to tail, but they might as well be, because those are sort of lap times they're running right now.
James Hewitt is tweeting us at IMSA Radio, hashtag R24Radio. How good, just how good does that blue on the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura shine in the sunlight? It does look good, and it is proper sunlight now, with the sun almost directly overhead. Scott Fitzsimmons has enjoyed the coverage for the last 20 hours. Absolute joy, said Scott's in Straya, Australia, and he's just recording the last run to the flag in case this planned 2-hour nap was a little longer and I missed the end of the race at 7:30 his time. And Juan Alcala says, what happened with the FAF car? Drove off the track under its own team, man, under its own steam, man, took one of the shortcuts into the back of the paddock and presumably drove back. We haven't had word from FAF yet on what that situation was, but I don't think it's come back out of pit lane yet. It is still in pit lane. Yes, Zach Robichon at the wheel. It's actually shown as stopped because it quit the circuit without coming back around, and it hasn't rejoined via the pit lane yet. So answers to that we have not, but we will try for you in the last 4 hours of the race. Beautiful weather. We blame Shea Adam for that. It's the first time she hasn't been in the pit lane since 2013, so of course it's been perfect late January weather in Florida, just a few miles in from the Atlantic coast. This such a evocative venue. I honestly, down through the years, Nick, we've spoken to a lot of people who've come to Daytona from Europe because they felt it was a tick in the box of their endurance, what racing watching that they had to do. And I'm not sure they expected what they would find. The main grandstand building, what was Daytona Rising, well it's now risen, is impressive enough. Yeah, I know we don't fill all the grandstands even in normal times for these races, but the infield normally is a buzz, a hive of activity, and has, I mean, with the camping, probably has 15,000-20,000 people in there pretty much all the time during the race, and getting backwards and forwards is actually an act of planning to get around the infield. It's a real atmosphere that I think surprised people who expect it to be sterile just because it's a big oval with a bit of a road circuit in the middle, and of course it's far more than that.
Yeah, it is an amazing amphitheatre. I came here first as a tourist in 2010, but oddly I stood in an interview with Jimmy Johnson. I was travelling up from a massive international RC race that was about half an hour to the south in Orlando. And then I was lucky enough to work the event in 2017. I didn't get this sort of weather though. I was absolutely blooming freezing and damp. I must admit, obviously they worked out this is the year we're not here, as you said, but it is an absolute must-do for anybody who is a true motorsport, well, that's not fair, who's a motorsport fan and has the wherewithal to travel the world, when we can all travel the world. Because what you can't see from the pictures, and you made that absolutely, you point out, is the infield on a normal race becomes this vibrant motorsport town. You have the RVs, you have all the amazing amount of concession stands, and also there's a lot of free stuff as well. I still got a couple of T-shirts I got a few years ago from putting down. Well, things like you need to have an American zip code. So I used the only zip code I knew, which was 90210.
Of course you did. Of course you did. In comes the leader, Philippe Albuquerque. And by the way, in that interview that Nick did for us all those years ago, it absolutely laid out the path to where Jimmy Johnson is today. And in that interview, he talked about going to Le Mans and doing the 24 hours, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, I remember.
He was a really, really lovely guy, actually. He was, you know, I don't even know. He must have got me a pass because I was wandering around the back with a camera. We weren't actually using the camera, just using the sound recording bit. You know. But yeah, it's a great experience. It's an amazing place, and we've been lucky enough to go to, me as well with the Formula 1. We're lucky to go to so many of the classic circuits, but Daytona is just something else entirely.
We saw the new grandstand coming together. We were privileged to be the first broadcast from the radio booth overlooking the Tri-Oval, an experience I will never ever forget. It was a great honour. Outside tyres only, right hand side tyres only. And we're going to pick up some news on the back car in a moment. A bit of look at one of its drivers. As we're in the pit stop cycle, we'll pause our in-race update, Mazda in-race update, take a breath, and the next hour of racing, which is the last 4 hour of racing, starts right now. So inside the run to the checkered flag, 20 minutes before high noon and midday. And with pit stops starting at the sharp end of the field at the top of the timing and scoring, let's begin our in-race update with the GT Daytonas. That's been thrown into a little bit of confusion, or at least there's been some changes within the last hour of the race. Philip Ellis still leads for Winward Racing, but are coming together between him and the Ferrari, the AF Corsa Ferrari, on their first outlap down at turn 1 after a pit stop. They've been locked together. Sees him now with an 18-second lead to, I'll do that again, with an 18-second lead to third place. Patrick Long, 2 seconds to Lucas Stoltz. My eyes are getting tired. So it's 57 Winward, 75 Sun Energy, and 16 Porsche for Wright Motorsports. Then Brian Sellers is another 11 seconds further back, and Roman De Angelis, who was trying so hard to get past those two cars on their outlap before they came together, That was massively important because that has now effectively put the Heart of Racing team's Aston Martin back on the lead lap of GT Daytona. So that's why he was fighting so hard when he drove through them. And he therefore puts that car into contention. GT Le Mans, Corvette, 8 seconds between them. And Nicky Katzberg and Alexander Sims run in 3 and 4. 5 seconds back to Jesse Cron for BMW, and 12.5 to James Collado for Risi. LMP3, it's Riley and the number 74 car with better part of a couple of laps actually between themselves and Sean Creech Motorsports. Jan Claret behind the wheel of the 33 car, Kenton Cook for Mulner, and the Duquesne in 3rd position. LMP2, well, they've just started pit stops as well, so that is going to change around a wee bit. Ryan DL and Timothy Biret have just come into the pit lane, so depending on how quickly they get out, Fabian Schiller may come round and assume the lead. I'll come back to that in a moment, whilst that is sorting itself out. But at the front of the field, there's 6.8 seconds between Philippe Albuquerque for the number 10 Acura, Mike Rockefeller for the 48 Cadillac, and then 9 seconds for the second of the Acuras, the Mershank Racing with Kerb Agajanian, number 60, it's AJ Allmendinger there, and Scott Dixon 22 seconds further back. Watch out for Jonathan Bomarito. He was talking to us not so very long ago, nipped away and is now back in the car. He hadn't been long out of that car when we were last talking to him. 55 then in 5th position is a minute and 7 off the leader, and has just come back out onto the track with a new full tank of VP Racing fuel. And so in LMP2, Chatan and Bure in. So Schiller for Dragon Speed, RWR, Sally Yolik and Win Autosport are there as well. But the gaps between the first 3 and the rest are significant. There are laps between the 3 laps between Matthew Mazda in race update at 15 minutes before midday. Let's head to Nick Damon. We were asking about the Porsche, the FAF Porsche, and you may be able to provide us with some answers, or at least your guess, Damon.
Yes, I think I'm going to find you no answers whatsoever. I'm sincerely hoping that Lawrence Van Toor can explain what's happening with the FAF car. Lawrence, how obviously problems, you've gone behind the wall, what's happened?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but it looks like some kind of drive issue, drive shaft or clutch or something that way. Just lost drive all of a sudden and tried a couple of emergency procedures, but he didn't seem to get moving again. I think they're trying to get it back to normal. That doesn't sound very fun.
It seems to be quite a challenging race for the team so far. What can you tell us the story of the FAF race so far for the first 20 hours?
I mean, in all honesty, it's been pretty horrible. I think our preparation for the race was very good in those first stints which I did. The car was really almost a rocket. I didn't even have to sweat to keep up, and then one thing after the other happened. I think there was some contact, got hit from behind, and there was a drive-through, and then there was a pit lane accident in the middle of the night, and when I just got back in the car, I mean, the steering wheel was 20 minutes in the other way. So we're trying to hang in there and keep up, and you know, you never know, and especially try and grab some points, but it seems like even that was not going to be possible.
In the last few years, you've been running in the GTLM version of the 911. Now you're in the GTD. What are the differences? Or once you get behind it, is it just the same? You can't tell the difference in speed, or is it a very different feeling motor car?
It's a bit different, but obviously I know the car from doing Nürburgring and Spa. But the main difference is obviously there is an ABS system, so it requires a bit of different driving, especially if you're coming up GTLM car for a couple of years, and the grip is lower, you don't have confidential Michelin, the engine is like proper force-free in the back, so it just requires a bit of a different driving style. And besides that, it's also just a bit of a different approach. In GTLM it was a full factory effort. Now it's customer racing, so it's a bit different. You need to adapt a bit your way of working. But like I said, up to the race, everything went really smooth, and just also working with the team and my new teammates and all that. So just as soon as the green flag dropped a couple of hours later, the drama seemed to pile up.
So yeah, this race. Let's say it's not gone brilliantly, but there's a whole season here. So what does 2021 have in store for Lawrence? What are your programs moving forward this year?
Well, I'll be doing a full season with Fab and with Zach Rolex, and I think that's a good lineup, which should enable us to fight for the championship. And as now they're announced GT Pro for next year, it's also something to work towards. And besides that, I'll do the usuals with Porsche, probably Nürburgring, Spa, Le Mans. Those are big races, but that still needs to be confirmed how and when. But that's about the plan.
Lawrence signed off in the Hackney Global broadcast, said, bad luck, mate. That clearly hasn't been the race that you guys would have planned. I noticed you mentioned GT Daytona Pro, GTD Pro. How do you think that will change the face of GT3, GT Daytona racing in the IMSA paddock? Because we haven't really had all pro teams before. In fact, it's actually been discouraged.
Well, it's difficult for me to predict, but I guess we're gonna have a GTLM kind of feel, but probably with more cars. So, which is I think beneficial for everybody. In the end, the GTLM car is sophisticated and quicker, but once we start racing, you guys watching on TV probably don't care so much about that and just want a good show. And I think that's something which might be the case, and we'll have more cars. But yeah, for me, it's difficult to predict how many teams will be involved and how it will pan out. But I think honestly it's promising. I think it's something which everybody's been talking about for years and years, and then finally somebody made the move to try and do that.
You're a pro driver. You've got close links with Porsche. A full pro team in a GT Daytona car. Do you think that there need to be a slightly different specification, maybe a bit more power or something like that to differentiate them from the ARM cars, or would it be just like GTE Pro and GTE ARM at Le Mans, same cars, it's the drivers that makes the difference?
I think that kind of depends as well on how big the field is, because if you're going to have, saying, 4 GTD Pros and 4 AMs, it makes no sense to make, again, the class different. Then maybe, one class, and even the pro driver in the AM class can fight with the pros for half the race to get more cars involved. But I guess there's a lot of more sophisticated stuff behind it than I know. But I would keep them the same, or maybe for GTD Pro remove the ABS, get better tires, to get with more natural driving. In fact, I don't like the ABS. That's why I say that.
You like to be challenged, Lawrence. That's why you like racing in the US. You and I have talked about that many times before at various Porsche events across North America. I miss not being able to talk to you in person, Lawrence. Will you pass on our best to the whole of the team, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you guys soon.
Lawrence Vanter from Faf. That car then, I believe, not even back to the pit lane at the moment with a drive shaft or some kind of drive line issues. Very interested in what he had to say there, Jeremy, about that new GTD Pro category. I could see and probably hear, everyone else could hear the smile on Lawrence's face when he says, "No, like the ABS." That he's a driver with soul. There's another passionate driver. He wants to pit himself against the car's ability, and the real challenge that he's talked about many times with us in the past of the circuits here in North America. Jeremy?
I'm sorry, yes, indeed, and I'm right with him on that as well. I'm not that many cars with ABS, I must admit, but I don't like it. I'm too old, I guess. New technology doesn't suit me terribly well. But yeah, shame for that car hasn't been sorted, because that was very much right in the thick of that battle in GTD, which has been tremendous all the way along, and it's beginning to thin out a bit now, isn't it? I think we've only got now in GTD maybe 4 cars on the lead lap, which is a far cry from what it was not too long ago. No, we might have 6 cars on the lead lap actually. So we've got the number 57, number 75, 2 Mercedes then, and the Porsche kind of a 16, the Lamborghini Brian Sellers kind of a 1. But no, I think Roman DeAngelis is a lap down in the kind of a 23 in the Aston Martin, and the other Aston Martin, the number 97, is about 23 seconds behind him.
Okay.
And then the number 63 car is also in contention there, as is Brian Colton Herter, and number 96 Both of those last 2 cars, 63 and 96, making a pit stop just now, John.
Yeah, and you're right, Roman DeAngelis is now off the lead lap in that Aston Martin, the first of those 2 Aston Martins, the Heart of Racing and the second of the 2, Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport. Yeah, I'd agree with that, just checking them out on our tracker around the circuit. Good drive back by both of those cars. They've just been bubbling under, sitting around the bottom end or just outside of the top 6. Big lift off there by Chase Elliott as he had faster traffic coming through turn 2 and 3. 31's charge dulled Nick Damon by an odd sounding engine earlier on, which did indeed, as we speculated in the wee small hours, turn out to be a broken exhaust manifold, which caused 2 other problems as well, and has dropped that car off the lead lap.
Yes.
And
so we talk about a DPI that's falling backwards. Let's talk about a DPI that's moving forward with Harry Tincknell. Harry, the Mazda nightmare is turning into a dream. You got yourself back on the lead lap and you're fighting again.
Yeah, cheers, Nick. It's been a roller coaster race. Even before it started, getting the car in the first gear and everything like that. And our plan was to sort of run, with drama-free for the first 20 hours and go to work in the last 4. And I can tell you, we've been absolutely flat out ever since the flag dropped, and just not really gone our way in a lot of respects. But the last 4 hours, when it counts, back on the lead lap, and yeah, we're just going to give it absolutely hell. Never give up. Never, we've never doubted ourselves. But at 1.3 laps down, it was looking tough. But managed to get 2 laps back on by passing Rossi and getting who was leading the race at the time, and then the well-timed yellow just after that. So look, it's a long way to go still, but we're just about in the fight.
Yeah, it must have been very rewarding that not only are you coming back thanks to the yellows, you also, you said you got 1 lap back on pure pace, so if you do get back up to the cars, you must feel you can fight for that win. You just need one more yellow just to shuffle you all back together, and it's go for however long is left to go.
Yeah, to be honest, all week we've been feeling confident, and then we put the car down for the race, and all of a sudden, the first 6 hours or so, we were sort of struggling a bit, and just not really a lot of pace and not really feeling the same balance. But Lena and the team have worked really hard. We changed the tail, we've done stuff with the tyre pressures, and we've got a car now that's underneath us that's working for us. And yeah, I mean, like I say, if we get yellow and get all back in line again, start P5, and be confident we can work our way forward from there. And it's always tricky when you're lapped down and you're trying to pass the overall leader, because you don't obviously want to have contact or anything like that with the overall leader when you're lapped down. But at the same time, in this form of racing, which I love, is you've got to be, you've got to take those opportunities to get laps back when they can. But yeah, credit to everyone at Mazda, because at one point we were sort of, there was a lot of head scratching going on in the stand, but we definitely got to keep our back where we like each other.
You mentioned tyre pressure. I think we're quite intrigued by the tyre situation across all of the leading DPIs. Have you been, for want of a better term, saving tyres so you can go with full new sets for the last couple of hours, or is that not necessarily the way the car handles best?
Yeah, I think it worked out. It was a fully green race. You need to double stint 5 sets of tyres. So obviously, there's been caution periods where that was going to calm down. Yeah, we still have to do that. We've got most of that out of the way now, and we also try to scrub as many sets of tyres in practice, just doing one lap, basically just take the shiny tops off, because the Mazda's probably one of the best cars on its tyres over a stint, but that means actually the warm-up phase isn't our strongest point, so we've been working hard to try and save a few of those scuff steps, as we call them, at the end of the race, so that just give us that extra half a second on the outlap, because this is the broadcaster of the night, and you're saying about having a new set of tyres every stint, which is a benefit from sort of lap 3 onwards. But I tell you what, when you go into the international horseshoe, turn 3 and turn 5 on an outlap at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the ambience are low and the tyres are ice cold, it does take a bit of driving just to keep the thing on the track, let alone try and be quick. So.
Yeah, that does sound absolutely nightmarish, even some has only ever done this virtually and not for real. So Larry, if the team gets up there, I mean, what is interesting, of course, is how do you pull up those actual passes into position against the other DPIs? Because of course you've got to get past, but then of course you've got these huge area of slipstream where you can't break away. What's the tactics? What are you thinking about as you go for those overtakes?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's funny, as the race progresses, you get to understand the gaps. Like, for example, if I'm going into turn 6, the corner before you go onto that long back straight before the bus stop, I now know, like, if I'm close enough to be able to pass that GT car before the bus stop, or if they're going to hold me up, and then it's a game of chess at 200 mile an hour basically. And if you've got a car you're going to meet in the middle of the bus stop, and you've got a DPI behind you, you need to sort of try and back off. You still get the run. If you close right up behind the GT speed, obviously the car behind is going to be coming up at full blast, and you're going to be absolutely Lancer on the on the front straight. So like I say, it's a chess game, and you're constantly trying to calculate how much you're going to catch cars into each corners. And when you're the the predator trying to hunt the car in front down, as I was with Rossi earlier, I was you sort of try and feel out where the car's strengths and weaknesses are. And for us and the Mazda, we're very, very strong in the high-speed corners, but maybe with the turbo engine, the Caddies and even the Acuras are a little bit stronger than us, like real low down, like run off the corner. So for us, getting a clean run through the bus stop and getting that slipstream down into turn 1's a key passing point for us. But like I say, it's constantly changing, and you can never perfect it, because the cars in front are all doing their own they're on their own program. But the best way to describe it is a game of chess at 200 miles an hour.
Takes its hand off in the Haggerty Broadcast Centre at the moment. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for the entertainment that you guys have given us. Been great watching you fight your way back, and plenty of people on Twitter following your progress at the moment. Temperatures rocketing up now that the sun is at its highest. We've just gone past midday, high noon, and it's 30 degrees Celsius out there at the moment, as opposed to 13, 14 as it was during the middle of the night. You mentioned tyre warmers. Do you like the fact that there's no tyre warmers at all allowed in IMSA? It does make those first 2 or 3 laps look very treacherous, but at least, does that give you an advantage if you're comfortable with it, or can you not? Simply nobody can get comfortable with it?
I don't like it, John. I love it.
Good for you.
It's a great challenge. It's a great challenge. I tell you what, sometimes I don't love it when when you break into turn 3 and you sort of snatch your front right and you think, oh my goodness, am I going to keep this thing on the track? But it's an added challenge. It adds something to the strategy as well. Generally, an overcut rather than an undercut is the way to go, but fortune favours the brave, and if you can just hang it out there that little bit more on the outlap. I had it once already this race with Felipe Nasser, and he was coming on a warm set, and I was just having to hang on for the first couple of laps, and you are guessing at how much grip you have. But look, we've been up and down a little bit, and when we dropped those 3 laps with the rear wing, for me it was important to go out and put in a really strong stint to keep everyone's chins up, because I think no mechanic wants to lose laps in the pits through not being able to fix the bodywork or whatever, which was no fault of their own. It was just one of those things. But I think the spirits are still high in the camp, and when I got out, everyone was in high spirits, like I say. So just need a couple more of those big outlaps on the cold tyres, and hopefully one more yellow. And you know me, John, it's going to be on the podium or in the fence potentially. I'll give it everything I've got.
Don't you dare say that. We love that attitude, Diggs, we do. But let's get some points for the season as well. Have you had a rest? you sound like you're fresh as a daisy. Have you managed to get any shut eye at all? And I presume you go back in before the end as well, eh?
Yeah, I'll be in to finish. And you know, I've got a little story to tell you. I never usually sleep for 24 hours. I had about 3 hours sleep. It's unbelievable. But Lena said to me, "Oh, you're going to be back in about. Well, I want you back down on the stand for about 4:45 this morning." And I was sleeping in the motorhome, and I woke up. I looked at my watch, and it was 6 a.m. and I sat bolt upright in bed because I thought, "Oh no, we've obviously had an issue," and they've not come to wake me up, and just thought, "Oh, we'll wake up and sort of see her out." So frantically reaching for my phone in the dark to refresh the live timing, and lucky Ollie was still fighting away. The same Captana was still running, so had that sort of dread for a second that something had happened in the night, but actually, yeah, feeling pretty fresh, and I'm more motivated than ever to try and get this done. It's been an incredible effort for everyone in Multimatic and Mazda, and we've put a lot in. I feel left everything out there so far, so one big double stint to finish. One we'll see.
Well, we've seen what you, Ollie, and indeed J-Bob have been able to do on the restarts. That's been brilliant. We'll keep our eyes on you. What we're looking at the moment, I mean, you're about a minute, you've been hovering about a minute away from the leader, a minute and 10 at the moment, with Jonathan Bomarito behind the wheel. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, and she hasn't even cleared her throat yet, Teams. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, John. Hopefully, let's see what the last 4 hours has in store for us. I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
Thank you, Harry Tinknell. Thanks to Nick Damon and the rest of the team for getting him in. That was great.
So everyone had a double stint 5 sets of tyres, which means the team just doing 2 changes had to do that on 10 sets of tyres, but less with the yellows. And it's interesting to see now, why they were scrubbing tyres. It's just interesting why.
Yeah, and we said that earlier in the race when we were talking about some of the guys that scrubbed 6 or 7 sets of tyres. IMSA Radio 107.9 around the track on FM, XM, Sirius XM, excuse me, Sirius 216 XM 202. I have to get that the right way around, otherwise I'll forget what the numbers are. And of course, around the world at imsaradio.com, sound and vision there for those of you without the network TV deal. It's been a cracking battle in GT Daytona, and the Sun Energy 1 car at the moment, Lucas Stoltz in second place, is just sitting about a second or so behind Philip Ellis for Winwood Racing. He's just closed down into that. Remember, Phil Ellis was a bit further up the road and having the battle with AF Corsa with Matteo Crosoni, wasn't it, that came together. And I'm seeing this, and this is speculation, as we're 3.5 hours to the end. The Sun Energy 175 car, with the guys from Gradian running, including Andres, who is a tactical genius. They've got all their driver times that they needed out of the way done. I think that car, if you look at how it's being driven at the moment, Jeremy, I don't think that car's pushing. I think they are watching the leader and making sure that they are there or thereabouts when we come to the end. I'm just watching the difference in the lines that Lucas Stoltz is taking, the way he's moving around. They've closed right up because of this outlap battle. They'd just come out the pits the previous lap, and the Ferrari with the windward Mercedes just coming into light contact going into turn one. No incident responsibility attached by race control. The AF car with rear wing damage and a puncture ultimately. But I'm just looking at Stoltz. He's knocking out 47.3, 47.4, 47.2 against the 47.9s of the leader. He's pulled up to a second, Jeremy, and it seems to me that he's almost just sitting there at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think both of them, they're running the same sort of pace. I mean, the gap's staying pretty constant. You might have gone down maybe a second in the last 10 or 12 laps, but you know, they're running the same sort of pace. And ditto Patrick Long in third place. Actually, he's fallen back just a little bit compared to the other two. It was 22 seconds, it's now 28. So that was nearly 10 laps to go. And Brian Sellers there, just half dozen seconds or so behind Patrick Long in fourth position. He's running strongly as well. He's actually closed that gap over the last 10 laps or so, just a little bit as well. So yeah, all of those four cars on the lead lap very much in this. And of course, it's only going to bring most likely another to bring several other cars back onto that lead lap as well.
And in terms of their pit stops and where they are through their runs, I don't think there's an awful lot to choose between them, he says, frantically scrolling down one of the myriad of screens that he's got at the moment to check that.
On the same lap,
yeah, I think so. So there's no great advantage, no advantage at all. Phil Ellis, I think, has been out a couple of laps fewer than Luca, right, but that's about all. Yeah. And they're due in. Luca will be due in about 3 or 4 laps, and another couple after that for Phil Ellis. So the Sun Energy 1 car will drop away for a moment, and you'll go and make yourself a cup of tea or whatever, and come back and see that car's dropped back behind, possibly behind Pat Long and maybe even Brian Sellers as well. But for about 2 or 3 laps, they're going to be off sequence. They will be the first car to do their next pit stop in that battle for GT Daytona. Something we're going to keep an eye on. Oh my goodness. I know that we say this every time. Where's the last 20.5 hours gone? I was getting... One thing I will say, Nick, is that I was getting so used to watching cars going round in the dark that looking at this stint with the sunshine and the track temperature now 31 Celsius as the sunshine continues to put the UV energy into the track surface. I'd almost forgotten what the cars look like in the daylight.
Shiny and really nice. No, it is. It's a long period of darkness. It's a weird darkness because of the floodlights, and you kind of get oh, that's what daylight's like over there, is it? We've got the GTLM cars beginning their second stop since the flag. Alexander Sims has come in, doing 30 laps. He's coming from down in fourth though, so it's like a drop off there in the 4 Corvette. We've also seen a Philip Eng has got into replace Bruno Spengler in 5th, but still not out is our leader, the number 3, Katzberg of the Corvette, Jesse Krohn in the BMW 24, and James Collard of the Receiver. They'll be in the next couple of laps, and then we'll get to see what the true order is in the GTLM in this section of the race, which we've never seen the first 3 more than
hello to Christopher Sharp, who couldn't decide between Low Notes or Daytona 24. So, quite rightly, he's decided it's not an either-or situation. He's writing the former while listening to the latter. Great soundtrack to Equity and Trusts. Oh dear, Christopher. Concentrate, concentrate. And hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. Carol in Monterey, California, and out in Thermal, California, Kevin Brink with enhanced audio because there's some cars on the test track down there. As in comes the leader from GT Daytona, Nick Damon.
Comes in, the 57 car now. Is this going to be a full service? No, it's fuel only by the looks of it. They don't, a driver change, so must be doing tyres at the back first. They are, yeah, so it's a full service. The tyres will be down at the back. The car will go out with a fresh drive and fresh tyres. Which might have been here for a while. Luca was trying a little bit easier and looking a little bit more relaxed. He had more grip in his Mercedes than the Mercedes 57 car. And we'll find out who's taking over in a second. But it's interesting. One other thing about it, within the GT3 world, the GT3 world, you often get a situation where a certain track suits a certain car. It looks like the Mercedes is particularly suited in this format to Daytona, and you'll go somewhere else. The Ferrari goes somewhere else, it'll be the Porsche. There is a real kind of, how does that particular concept work against the other cars?
A couple of laps before, the lap before, Lucas Stoltz came into the pit lane, so Brian Sellers will be next down the pit lane if he's not already in there. I reckon that was a tiny bit short for Philip Ellis in the 57. I think that was only 28 laps. Only 28 laps, which, not hanging around. But just could have gone for a couple of extra laps. And has, for the moment at least, given up the lead.
Perhaps you double to them in the temperature of the day, and they were.
Well,
so that's too long for them now, and hopefully they've been saving overnight, and they've got fresh ones for the rest of the event. But he was looking like he was having to try harder to make the same time, which can be because you're trying harder. It could just be because the car's not got as much grip.
And it was Maro Engel, by the way, that jumped into that Winwood Racing number 57. Brian Sellers then in the number 1 car, out on track at the moment, will be the next car to come in. At the front of the field, Philippe Albuquerque by 25 seconds now over AJ Allmendinger. An hour and 3/4 since our last yellow flag. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's because the number 48 car has just come into the pit stop. But it's a good point that because the number 48 car, after the previous round of pit stops, was about 7 seconds behind the leader. That gap more than doubled. It was over 14 seconds before Mike Rockenfeller pulled off onto the pit lane this time around to complete lap 691. So I wonder whether perhaps he was just kind of using up. Maybe was that the car we saw just change 2 tyres on its last stop? Perhaps.
I think so. Yes. Outside tyres only, wasn't it? Yeah.
I said it was for somebody. I can't remember. I thought it was number 10 car, but I might be wrong.
No, actually, I think it was an Acura. Sorry, my brain is getting a bit fogged now.
Yeah. He's certainly, Albuquerque's doing a fantastic job out in front here. The guy on the move, though, has been Scott Dixon. Surprise there.
I think that might not be the first time you've ever said that whilst being in a motor racing circuit, Jeremy.
I think you might be right there, John. After the pit stops, Dixie was about 22 seconds behind the number 60 car of AJ Allmendinger. Now the gap is down to 7 seconds, so he's pulled in nearly 15 seconds on that Acura. That's effectively for now for second and third, with Rockenfeller having just pitted. And now on lap 692, we see top 3 cars onto pit lane, a 10 60 and 01, John.
Yeah, and that number 10, Philippe Albuquerque. Nick, was that just outside tyres there as well, or did they do the insides first?
I didn't see it with the inside, to be honest. But they're going to do that. We now know they have to do it 10 times if they're going to, get to freshies all round by the end. So 10 stints of doubling the outside takes quite a long time. I think the doubling the inside, sorry, it takes quite a long time to get them, doesn't it? It's 20 stints of actual driving.
Yeah. Mike, one of many who've tweeted in at IMSA Radio using the hashtag R24Radio. Great to hear from Harry Tingnell. How can you not love his attitude and spirit? He's just as much fun. That's Tinks, by the way. He's just as much fun talking about anything. Big fan of darts. Very good darts player. He and Nick Tandon in normal times are in a league in central England on a Wednesday night. That's why we never get them for midweek auction. They're actually in a proper darts league, and they are very handy with the arrows. And he just wants to race. He wants to drive. Pro driver, yes, but even after 20 odd hours of the race there, Jeremy, you could sense the excitement in his voice. And I loved what he said about, right, the stint after we had the problem with the tailpiece, I wanted to go out there and show everybody the car still had the pace, because that's about morale. And that's a team leader right there, Jeremy, in what Tink said.
Nail on the head, yeah, it really was. It was a great interview. I mean, it really was. He is a class actor. I loved every single answer that he gave. Great questions, great answers. Yeah, he's a true enthusiast. He just loves driving these cars. It's the tyre warmer thing. It's completely different to Europe, where they do use tyre warmers. And this, when you have to go out there on cold tyres, it shows how committed you are. And as you say, that after they had a problem earlier on, just trying to put in a good fast stint to bring the morale back up again. Absolutely top to toe, brilliant interview.
Well, if he's got plenty of enthusiasm for motor racing, so is our next guest, as we bring in a man for whom the word legend could have been invented. Ron Fellows, the man who was a wizard behind the wheel, still a Corvette GM ambassador. Mr. Fellows, how are you, sir? Welcome to the programme.
I'm very well. A little colder in the Toronto area, but I'm great. Happy New Year to you both.
Yeah, and to you, Ron. You'll be delighted watching the Corvettes at the front of the field. We've been speculating that those guys are running to a pre-planned, that they haven't so far, and I'm patting myself on the head here to touch wood, to knock on wood. They haven't had that plan really messed up yet between the 3 and the 4 car.
No, they've been outstanding from the drop of the green, and there was a window of time there with the 4 car having a bit more pace, and now that we've got a little more track temperature, sun's up, looks like the 3 cars a little better, but either way, Corvette, one of them needs to get to the end here in P1.
And it is very much a team effort as well. What makes those tiny little differences, Ron, when we've had a few drivers saying, we're waiting for the track temps to come up, it's up over 32 Celsius at the moment. Are we talking setup? Are we talking starting tyre pressures? Are we talking just the way the drivers like to drive the cars? What is it?
Yeah, it could be some slight setup differences. As the drivers, all the debriefs on setup are done, as a group, and then as with the 3 car and the 4 car separately, they may decide, we need a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that in terms of the balance for the drivers, and that may make a difference. There's subtle differences, and it could just be the you know, the difference in driving style at this point, and also, you know, we've seen it before. You know, when the car is at its heaviest with a full tank of fuel, how you abuse the tires early in the stint. You know, you've got to be careful early because it will pay dividends towards the end. So if you're pushing hard early, you know, a little too hard, it'll cost you a little bit of pace at the end of a tank of fuel.
That's a very good point, Ron, actually, and we even see that in the 15-minute qualifying sessions for the GT Le Mans cars. A new Corvette introduced last year, the C8R, engine in the middle. Nobody likes change. I know that from other manufacturers as well. Of course, there was a lot of screaming and wailing and people running around with their hands on hair on fire. That's not a real Corvette. And then people have got to see it race, hear it, and drive it. That's it as a proper Corvette in street car form and race car form. A fast car and a successful car. That's exactly what Corvette's always been.
You know, from my era, from the era the Corvette racing began, C5, you're right through to the C8, and if there are any stickers of the C8, they'll go away quickly as soon as you drive the production car. I've driven the production car both on a road trip and on the track, and just absolutely love it. They've just done Taj and the entire team at Corvette have done just a fantastic job with the C8. And Jim Campbell promised me an opportunity to try the C8R at some point. This old man is looking forward to making sure Mr. Campbell is true to his word.
Jim Campbell, who is one of the exceedingly higher ups at GM. However, many years of absolutely berating him at Le Mans and other places when we've had him in our booth, we have finally got a right-hand drive Corvette, and that's something that I spoke to him about many times, and that is going to happen. And pounds, as it will be for us, pounds per unit of power, that is a very, very impressive motor vehicle. I can't wait to get behind the wheel in more different times, of course, of that. You talked about driving on the track, of course. Your day job now is looking after Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Difficult times, Ron, for everybody.
Indeed.
How is the business of motorsport? Great to see IMSA on the traditional date here at Daytona, but how do you continue, and how is the business of motorsport from a track and a promoter's point of view?
Yeah, to say difficult is an understatement. But you know, we're in a global pandemic, as we all know, and first and foremost, we've got to pay attention to what health officials are telling us in terms of planning for any kind of events, and we're, I guess, 10-11 months into this, and first of all, big shout out to health officials and all the frontline workers, just true heroes in the truest sense of the word. But we're hopeful that we've got spectator events or at least race events on our calendar. And who knows? Certainly 2020 was a challenge. We were able to get Canadian Tire Motorsport Park open in the month of June, but for limited attendance and track days. So basically, track rental was our mainstay. The lapping days, the car club days, and social distance, which is easy in small group environment for essentially lapping days. We were able to get that done. We got the youth karting that I've been involved in for years. We were able to get that going in July last year. So again, we're hopeful that we'll get something going, but who knows? It's so hard to predict, and again, I think for all of us around the globe, there appears to be a light at the end of the tunnel with vaccinations. And yeah, maybe 2022 will be the breakout year for us all. But certainly, this weekend, being able to watch the entire Rolex 24 at home here, it certainly brings us back to the 20 years ago when we managed to snag an overall win with the Pratt Miller Corvette C5R and my teammates Chris Kneifel, Johnny O'Connell, and Frank Freon. It was and we had the Earnhardts in the sister Corvette, finished second in class and fourth overall. It was an absolute magic time, and Daytona's Daytona. It is just, it's an awesome event, and I wear my Rolex on a regular basis still.
Good for you, as you should. That cannot, Ron, have been 20 years ago. It feels a lot closer than that.
Yes, it does. It's hard to believe 20 years ago. I mean, but you look at the evolution of we're now we were in the 5th generation Corvette, and now we've got the 8th generation. So time flies, and then you look at the quality of sports cars. Certainly at the prototype level back then, the factories in the Grand Am era were certainly for Daytona were what was then GTS/GT1, really fast race cars, and simply outlasted the prototypes. And I had very vivid memories of I was inside probably 3.5, maybe 4 hours to go. Doug Feehan coming in on motorhome and waking me to, hey, we need you to take it to the end. We got a chance to win this overall. I mean, we were certainly aware of where we were, and down, I think we were P2, 12, 14 laps down with a Dyson car that had just, I think, blown up. But it was awesome. It was a year of a number of firsts for Corvette racing. We got the Rolex 24, and then we got our Le Mans class win that year. Just an outstanding race team that continues to this day. The Pratt Miller team and Corvette racing, just an incredible legacy that is continuing to be built.
Extraordinary to think that was 20 years ago. Talking of Le Mans there and the Daytona 24, very different characteristics, of course, in these two races, both 24 hours long. Just checking out a little bit of a smokiness from one of the prototypes there. It's the Flexbox car. Sorry, for a moment I thought that was the number 48. Very, very different. You've been to both. You've been at the front end of both in class and, as we said, overall there. New regulations coming in shortly in both GT here in IMSA and at the prototype stage. We haven't had any decision. We had Laura Wattrup-Klauser on Victory Motorsport on Wednesday talking about the options that GM have got, and they've got some great brands. They've got to find the right class and the right series for each of those brands. Could it be time for Corvette to go prototype racing as a brand, or is it always going to be a GT car? Or would you prefer to see that Corvette battling for overall victories, not just here at Daytona again, but also at Le Mans? And I'm asking you on a personal level, not with any GM affiliation there.
Yeah, no, being able to compete for an overall win at Le Mans, that's unbelievable. And never say never. If you think about back in the 90s when when Herb Fischel, Joe Negri, who were then head of GM Racing, Doug Feehan, Gary Pratt, Jim Miller all got together. To think we'd be where we are now as Corvette Racing, anything's possible. You had a Corvette branded DP at one point in IMSA. Who knows? But the value proposition for Chevrolet is going to be racing what they build. Based on the production model. That I think that's always going to be key. But given the 8 class wins at Le Mans, there is certainly enough knowledge and expertise to look at whatever brand they might decide to take in and go for an overall win at Le Mans, for sure.
Would that tempt you back, Ron? Come on, that's how. Or would getting in the C8R tempt you? But I think, do you know what? I've just realised what I've said there. Linda, Ron's exceedingly better half, is next time she sees me, she's going to slap me on the back of the head. Do you miss the racing though, Ron? Seriously, could you be tempted back to something?
Well, certainly never say never. Being now 60 years old, we don't have quite the same level of career nor eyesight that one had. I would love to just be able to jump in the C8R and see what it's like compared, given the sort of a long-term muscle memory I have of the C6, the C6, basically the GT1 class cars that were quite a bit lighter and had more power. It'd be cool to see. And then having driven the production car on the track, it'd be really cool to do a comparison with this. They're just cars.
Just cars. Well, Jeremy and I, when you said that, and you mentioned the big 6-0, Jeremy and I are in text contact with each other because obviously we're social distanced as well. And we both said, hang on, that would make Ron Fellows a bronze-rated FIA driver. So there you go, Ron, we're putting it out there. Ron Fellows, never say never, is a bronze-rated driver for the new GT3 AM category in IMSA. There you go, mate. I'll take my usual fee.
Thank you. That'll be coffee and donuts and seafood too, for sure.
Which is always worth the trip.
I'll say one thing that having not been able to travel, it's been a focus of both our family as well as Lynn and I is exercise. But I'm not that far off my bike ride. So the good news is we're in relatively good shape. Whether or not the skill and the bravery is still there, maybe something different. But I love to. We never say never, John.
Bronze driver, Ron Fellows there. Mark Brundle's a bronze as well. No wonder I can't get a driver as a bronze. Ron, listen, best to you, to Linda, everybody up there at CT MP. Just so refreshing to hear your voice again, having dealt with what we've all had to deal with. Cheers, mate.
All right, take care, guys. Thank you very much.
Legend, Corvette legend, GM legend, Ron Fellows. Just wonderful to hear the great man, Ron Fellows, back in the GT3 Corvette, maybe. Something else with a Chevrolet 4-tyre. Nick Damon, bring us up to date with Big Racing Fuel report of what's been going on whilst we were talking to the ledge there.
The key thing really is that the third place in P2, the Dragon Speed car, which was actually on the same lap as the top two, which is Paul Luke Shatterman here, the motorsport car, and Gabriel Albury, the Tower motorsport car, was beginning to smoke and was shown for a couple of laps of smoke, and they'd come in. Fabian Schiller brought the car in, and they're now stripping the back of it off, and they're having a good old look to see where the oil leak is, and it is very much oil. I wonder whether it might have been a brake, it might be a tyre, but they know they got straight into the heart of the engine. Apart from that, Matteo Cressoni, of course, was the 82 car which had the problem with the accident with the 57 earlier on. That's had more problems. It was spraying fluid at the rear of the car as well. That's coming. That's going out again. But apart from that, yeah, it's been turning laps, and suddenly virtually every single team is going to start phoning up Ron because they're going to get a bronze. I think he doesn't need to wait. The GTD class could find itself a new driver, I think.
No wonder Jeremy and I can't get drives anymore. Never mind the lack of talent, but when you've got bronze like Martin Brundle and Ron Fellows and Stefan Johansson and all these kind of guys. Let's take a quick Master update as we're coming to the end of another racing hour. The lead cars at the front of the field in DPI at the moment are about halfway through their current tank of VP Racing Fuel, and it's Philippe Albuquerque by 14 seconds over Mike Rockenfeller, 10 from 48. Taylor Acura ahead of the Action Express Ally Cadillac, with the third place AJ Allmendinger in the number 60 Mershank Racing with Curb Agajini. Did lead laps in the last pit stop rotation, which I think was the first time that number 60 car had led. He's another 14 seconds or so, but has got Scott Dixon. Well, I was going to say these mirrors, he's probably that close you can barely see him at the moment. It's 0.2 of a second across the line, but effectively it's side by side now as they go out onto the speedway turns 1 and 2, and Dixie's got the position down the inside. A little bit of side drafting there from Scott as they're into the braking area about now for the bus stop. A bit further. Why those cars go deep, and Dixie gets the pass done. Second.
You break clearly, mate.
That's why I'm a bronze, mate. That's why. Solid bronze, mate. If there was anything worse than bronze, that would be me. I'm solder. That's how bad I am. I'm not even a precious metal. In fifth position, Ollie Jarvis is hanging on at about a minute 15 at the moment with that 55. Harry Tinknell rubbing himself down with warm halibut oil or whatever it is he does, having a couple of 501s on the dartboard and getting himself ready for the run for the checkered flag. He'll be in there to take that car to the end and pick up whatever they can after being 3 laps down at one stage. They're on the lead lap. In P2, Paul Lubchanov for Aero Motorsport, that's the car that he was talking about, still leading. 687 laps completed in 16.5 seconds, the 18 over Gabriel Aubry for Tower Motorsport, and it's an Orica 1-2-3 again after a good run by the Dallara and Malaysia early on. Third place, Eric Lux is behind the wheel of the Dragon Speed number 82. He's a couple of laps off. In GT Le Mans, it's the 2 Corvettes, 8 seconds between them now. Katzberg from Sims, 3 from 4 after that pass about an hour ago. They've stayed in that situation with Marco Fitman now driving the 24 BMW from BMW Team RLL, and that car is in third position ahead of James Collado, another 32 seconds further back. So 8 seconds between first and second, 8 seconds between the second Corvette and the first of the BMWs, then 33 seconds back to Risi at Competizione. Just to mention, by the way, that the WeatherTech racing car is still laps down on the leader, but they've put it back to 8 laps. It was over 10 laps at one stage. And in terms of the timing screen, the GT Le Mans cars are now in line astern, so it is neatly looking there, but Estra is 7 laps away from Eng, and Eng is a lap away from the leaders. LMP3, Riley Motorsports, still with that 3-lap lead, but that's 6-7 minutes, so that is by no means comfortable at this stage of the race. The 74 Ligier ahead of Sean Creech Motorsport, Jan Claret in the 33 in second, Kent Cook in third, further 5 laps back. And in GTD, this extraordinarily interesting battle which is still being played out between Winwood Racing, Maro Engel behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG GT3 by 1.5 seconds. Lucas Stoltz has just dropped off a little bit, but we're talking half a second. 8/10 is all in that Sun Energy 1 75 car with the flames on the front, and then 36 seconds further back is Klaus Bachler now behind the wheel of the Wright Motorsports Porsche. There's another recovery story as well that's been written there. Paul Miller Racing another 6 seconds further back in 4th position. Roman De Angelis in 5th for Hartnett Racing. Quite not the same pit strategy, I noticed, Hartnett Racing, and Charlie Eastwood dropped back as well, because he was due a pit stop the last time that we were talking about that. We are under 3 hours to go. That's your Mazda in-race update and another racing hour at the 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona starts right now. Jeremy, last 3 hours. We've got, you know, a standard IMSA race or thereabouts to go from here to the end. And Acura, Cadillac, Acura, Mazda. This is shaping up to be an absolute corker.
Well, it is certainly the Mazda team. They need a caution period, I think, to get back on terms. No question about that. But they are back on the lead lap. The previous stint with Jonathan Bomarito, before he handed that car over to Oliver Jarvis, seemed to be struggling a little bit. And I asked the team about that, and I was told, look, he was told we don't need any hero stuff at this stage of the race, so that was just fine. Last pit stop was good. To quote Larry Holt again here, our only real chance is for yellow to bunch it up and then attack like it's life or death, he says. So Harry Tingle was talking, when we talked to him a little while ago, it was going to be crash or bust, wasn't it? Well, Larry will be just fine with that, but he'll be hoping for the first bit rather than the second bit.
I mean, it is a season-long and a season-long campaign, Jeremy, and there's points here for the Michelin Endurance Cup, for the long races, for the whole season as well. And when we talked to Ollie Jarvis, Harry's full season teammate at the Raw, he was absolutely solid in his belief that they've got a championship contending and probably a championship winning car here. But does the shiny glint of the Rolexes for all of the winners now, not just the overall, all the class winners as well, but does the shiny glint of a Rolex Daytona and the immortality of being a Rolex 24 Daytona winner, does that slightly take over even from the championship? It is only the first round, and that's always a difficult one because this big race comes right at the start of the season.
I think so, I really do. I mean, Oliver Jarvis and Jonathan Bomarito, they both have class wins here at the Rolex 24, but none of them have an overall win, and that is very definitely a box they would like to tick. Mazda too, I mean, look, they've won a bunch of races now, they've won some endurance races, but they haven't won the big one. The big one is the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and I think, you know, if it came down to the last lap, and it was, you know, going to take a do or die pass, I think they might well take it.
It'll be
because, well, look, at that stage in race, you know, with the points as they are scored, if you lose one position or two, it's not that many points. Okay, it's 10 times as many as it was, but everything else is 10 times as many. You know, I've been used to this point system now for such a long time. I'm really having a hard time with it. But you know, ultimately, it's not a big deal in the overall picture. So yeah, they're going to go for the win, I believe.
Nick Damon is our VP Racing pit and paddock reporter at this stage of the game. 1:45, 12:45. One or two little Simpsons-like clouds starting just to bubble up in what has been otherwise a beautiful azure blue sky this morning. Track temperatures up to 32 degrees, Nick. Cycling through the pit stops, and what's your feeling then about what's going on at the front of the field? Two Acuras, two Cadillacs, the outlier in some respects, with a minute and 15 to make up, Ollie Jarvis and the Mazda Motorsports team.
I think, you know, as we're getting very close, as you said, that psychological, it's a normal, you know, IMSA race distance to go, 2 hours 40. Everyone's running quite nicely. I think you can probably stop assuming there's going to be a yellow. We may get to run green the whole way. So people now need to start thinking about pulling the pin and start making, or at least when they hit their tyre strategy of news all round, which I'm sure will be at least for the last 4 sets, which is 160 minutes for the or so for the DPI. So that is obviously just about now 2 hours 40. But my guess is that we're going to start seeing the gloves coming off and people really pushing to try and actually make a lead they can keep and work with.
Yeah. And the battle continues at the front of the field because it's 12 seconds, but it's only 12 seconds. 25 seconds separating, 26 seconds separating the first 4 at the moment. Scott Dixon now ahead of AJ Allmendinger, but they've been trading lap times, so it is 10:48.01.60, and moving into the stage now of where it will have already started, to be honest. That was 10 full course yellows for just under 3 hours of the race time of the 21 hours and 6 minutes. Everybody now is planning, and I'm not talking about where they're going for dinner tonight. They are planning from the back of the race, as you said. You can't rely on a full course yellow, slightly fewer cars running now, everybody wanting to get to the end. Maybe there are people who are nursing car troubles, but you can't plan for a yellow at this stage. You've got to think, right, how many more laps are there going to be? And the computers are saying under 100 laps to go now for the front of the field.
Yeah, you're getting into 4 stop to go territory, which is absolutely where you can work out with accuracy what's going to happen. The really great thing is though, there are lively, definite battles. In obviously DPI, in P2 it's only 13 seconds, but both of the teams have their full pros to get into the end. GTLM, it's interesting. Katzbergen in 3 just seems to have the edge in pace over the 4 car, which is Alexander Sims at the moment, and they are. But then again, Marco with the 24 car, the BMW mate, that's just not being dropped. Whereas Philip Egger's got that back in the other BMW. James Ricardo is very much in the I'm there to pick up the pieces mode, isn't he? I think. P3 is a little bit split out, but again, GTD is going to be crazy. I think that's going to absolutely explode with the 2 Mercedes scrapping it out with some incredibly talented GT3 drivers currently at the wheel there.
And if that is a portent of what is to come next year with full pro drivers, I thought Lawrence Vanto was very interesting on that. He clearly wants to be involved in that. Whether it will bring back factory money in a category that was always designed to be customer racing. Although, in fairness, Nick, we've covered the Nürburgring races before. We've done down through the years, although not for a wee while, the 24 hours of Spa. I think we're the first people to do 24 hours of Spa, which off Spa in particular, full GT3 fields split into many classes with the cars identical, the drivers rated differently, and works teams by any other name, either works supporters or works drivers. If you look at what Tandy et al. Did at the Spa 24 this year, they were all Porsche factory drivers. The team might not have had Porsche Motorsport on the entry, but that was a works entry.
Yeah, and I think the thing to remember is having a professional, a fully pro GT pro team is a good shot window for your customer sale. This is the point. And especially if you've got, somewhere perhaps in 3 years' time, we're running a DPI car with your.
Nick, just 1 second. We've got a problem with the Mustang sampling car. I think it's either just had a spin or a cough and a splutter. It's not had the cleanest of races out on the circuit. It's turn 5, the West Horseshoe. Just picked that car up moving slowly and it's way down on the yellow line. So I'll keep an eye on that there. Challenge faded earlier, still in the darkness hours, in fairness. Sorry, go ahead about the
I just say that I think that if we run full pro, I'm going to predict that at least Porsche, Audi and Lamborghini and probably Mercedes will bite your hand off to get works teams in, full works professional teams.
Okay. This from F1 Prime, who said, looking at the lap count, would it be possible we could break a record distance again that was set back in, what's it said, 8:33 that was. I think not. even if we go green all the way to the end now, I can see us getting maybe to 8:12, 8:15, maybe, showing 8:09 at the moment. Right wave puncture for the Action Express car, and it's now wrapping the bodywork at the back of that car. That's why it was going slowly, with 3/4 of a lap on that car, and straight in Mike Rockefeller in the number 48. Now, in fairness, I think he was due that. Yes, he's spot on. They're all being spot on, coming in first four, all due a pit stop on fuel.
Yeah, no, in fairness to the SRP car, it was doing very, very well. It was a bit unlucky that the laminating coming out of the bus stop and then started slapping around the rear deck. It wasn't down low off the that one was yellow. But now, yes. So this is it 4 from home? Because you've got what, 120, 160 minutes. It's just actually it's 4 and a splash, isn't it? 40 minutes to go, John. So
steer green.
Yeah. So it's 4 and a splash, but so a lot of the teams now are thinking, are they going to run fuel saving, or are they going to think, no, we've still got a chance of getting a yellow? Because if you can save 8 minutes and you start now. You can't save 8 minutes. You start after waiting for an hour for a yellow.
If you accept that we've got 2 hours, let's say 2 hours and 50, because it just makes it a bit easier. That's 120 plus 50, 170 minutes, and they do 40 minutes. So there we go. 23 lap stint there. 22 lap stint there again. Jeremy Shaw for Rocky as the number 5 car still comes home. It's not quite cut and dried as to the pit stop strategy. So an extra couple of laps here and there could make a big difference if we stay green all the way to the end.
Very much so, John. Yeah, generally speaking, that number 48 car has been doing 21 lap stints. So this is one of the rare 22 lappers for Rocky. And during the stint, he actually closed in just a little bit on the number 10 car. We talked about the previous stint where he lost about 8 seconds. On this stint, since the last round of pit stops, he's brought it down by about 5. So it's super interesting to see who's pushing hard at what stage. And as you can see now on lap 7:14, the other 3 leaders, leading cars, 4 other leading cars onto the pit lane, 0, 1, 6 and 10. And I expect 55 to be in very shortly as well. That's still about 50 seconds behind
It's also going to be an exercise in arithmetic and at least division, not long division, and certainly not quadratic equations, so it's not mathematics, it is only arithmetic. In GTD, because the 2 leaders there, as far as their pit stops, and I know I keep referring to this, but this is how the race is boiling up. Luke Stoltz has done 23 laps, so he's 24th in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes in second. Maro Engel done 22 in the leading Winwood car. They get about, let's call it 50 minutes by the time they're in and out of the pits, 50 minutes. So they've got, I reckon, in the tank probably 14, 15 minutes to go, 7 or 8 laps. So that is going to take them somewhere close to 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, which would be 150 minutes. Oh, that would be 2 more pit stops, 3 more pit stops and 150 minutes, 50 minutes to go. So that one could be a little more cut and dried. Their problem, as always, Jeremy, in the GT Daytonas is they're looking at time. They will not know how many laps they do, because the laps that they do is going to be governed by where they are in relationship to the leader. All right, only by maybe 1 or 2 of the 8. So they have to think of it in those 50-minute chunks and stints, because laps for them are, for when the checkered flag comes out, they don't control their own destiny at that point.
Yeah, correct. The prototype cars, they're doing about 36, 37 minutes between pit stops. For the last stint, the Ganassi car almost regularly gets 22 laps per stint. 22 laps also that time for the number 10 Acura. 22 also for the number 48 Cadillac, 21 number 55 Mazda, because that was generally running 22 I think earlier on, and also 21 for number 60 Acura. So you know it's nip and tuck in there, but you know if you can do 22 you need a little bit more fuel. If you do 21 you need a little bit less fuel to take on, so that'll determine the length of the pit stops. And with how long to go in the race is there? 2 hours and 44 minutes.
Yeah.
How many minutes is that? 120, 160 odd.
Yeah.
Divide that by 37. What do you get?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what we get is get your Ford out for your calculator from you, from Jeremy Shaw. He'll do that. Nick Damon, coming to the end of your shift with us. Not our usual experience, but what is nowadays. What will you take away from the 59.3 and the Rolex 24 at Daytona?
I think just how incredibly close it's been the entirety of the 21 hours we've had. There's always been a battle, but you know, I think within a couple of tenths of a second for an important part of one of the classes. Yeah, I mean, GTLM's done what GTLM does. They've all stuck together. We've had some interesting standouts within the GTD. There's been some sensible. The driving did what it often does in 24-hour races, which is be a bit what's the word for it? A bit lazy and lackadaisical at the start, and that caused some problems. And then people got their eye in and went, "Oh, this is where I'm going to overtake, and this is what I have to do." And you know, the P3 started out a little bit of a liability, but sorted themselves out after about 90 minutes to 2 hours. So, yeah, huge story. And of course, realistically, the last 3 chaps haven't been written yet.
Yeah, exactly. So the positive side of it, Nick, is watching 49 cars start at Daytona, more than this time last year when we weren't in this situation. And the positivity we heard from John Doonan with us earlier on, president of IMSA, the positivity we've heard from some of the manufacturer representatives would suggest to me that sports car racing here in North America, and under the IMSA banner particularly, is actually a pretty good place. That there is hope, there's more than that, there's excitement, there is a genuine desire to go motor racing.
Yeah, I think we all feel. I mean, obviously the pandemic is putting a down on everything, but it comes to endurance sports car racing across a number of different classes. I think we all feel we're on the cusp of another golden era. You know, we just got over the last one in 2016 and 2017, and now we're going to have another one in 2023. But we know we're building up to it. I think it's incredibly exciting.
Can't wait. Nick, thank you very much indeed for your hard work as part of our VP Racing Pit and Paddock team.
So it's great.
Say again?
I get to be a fan now, so it's great.
Yeah, I know I am still going to see texts from you as you're finding out information. I know Joe Bradley's doing exactly the same, although we won't hear from him unless we grab him in Michelin post-race tech. Thanks for all your hard work, Nick. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Bye-bye.
And don't forget that Michelin post-race tech show. Checkered flag is the end of the race, but only the start of the conversation. And we'll take some reaction from the circuit, and then it's over to you. You decide the agenda. We'd like to know from you your points arising, anything that you might have noticed during the race, observations, where you think we're going with GTD Pro. You've heard all of the points of view from people involved in the paddock. LMDH still a little bit further away, but sharp action being taken by IMSA to address the GT Le Mans situation. It's Michelin post-race tech. You can start submitting your questions or observations right now at IMSA Radio. The hashtag is Michelin PRT. Hashtag Michelin PRT for Michelin Post Race Tech. Always a nice way just to take stock perhaps of what we've seen. Problem at the bus stop, and that later it can't be. No. It's the Win Autosport car, isn't it? Yes, it is. Saw a flash of blue through the dust. It is the Win Autosport number 11. Wow, that woke me up, and I apologise to anybody in the Wayne Taylor Racing camp as well. Looks like may have had a problem coming in to the braking area. Did he either brush the wall, or has he had a brake disc problem? Because there was a huge puff of black smoke from the right rear, and that looked to be, could it be just something like a puncture? No, there's air in the right rear tyre. So what happened there? The right hand side door is open, but it's managed to be closed. Not sure how they did that out there. That was a scary moment at very high speed for the number 11, but fortunately nobody else involved, and we have stayed on a green flag situation at the sharp end of the field. Stephen Thomas, by the way, at the wheel of that LMP2. Wow, I managed not to hit anything, Jeremy. Not very often you can say that at the bus stop. Shea Adam, VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. Do my brain cells deceive me, or did that car have some brake issues earlier in the race? Welcome back, by the way.
Nope. Thank you. Yeah, you're spot on with that one. They had a left front brake failure, if memory serves. Changed that rotor, and then went out a lap, did a lap, came back in and changed the other 3, and I believe they have done significant brake work on that car over the course of the race. So yeah, it hasn't been their day.
Hasn't been there 24 hours at all.
Well, no, true, John. But then again, that's brand new team to P2 car. I mean, they've been running P3 cars for Bobby Golozinski's team under the K2R Motorsports banner for the last 2 or 3 years. But this is their first ever time with a P2 car. It's next Cool Racing Orica from Europe. Yeah, they've done a fair bit of testing with it. I mean, they can't get Stephen Thomas out of the car. When I think they first got it, they did sort of 3 or 4 days of testing right off the bat. They were supposed to do 2, and they stayed on. He just literally wouldn't get out of the car. I think he slept in it overnight actually each time. But it's been a fantastic effort by that team. I mean, there's a lot of experience there. Michael Harvey is the team manager. Bobby Golozinski has brought him in. Bobby, as we talked about before, is a long-time mechanic in the old IndyCar days, Champ Car days. Just a great guy, super enthusiastic. They also run cars, a lot of cars actually, in the Ferrari Challenge series as well. They really expanded the business, and they're still running P3 cars. Stephen Thomas is doing that championship as well. He's the other co-team principal at Win Motorsport, and they are hoping to run a second P2 car perhaps at some stage as well. So big plans and a really fine effort. Yeah, it might not be ending quite the way they wanted it to, but they've led the race, they led it strongly, and it's been a very fine performance from this team. As Shea was saying, they overcame those brake problems early on, and they're not going to give up, I can tell you that.
No, and if I know anything about 24-hour races, being part of them as a broadcaster, having done some 24-hour kart races in the past, and 24-hour car races too, they are brilliant for team building. I know that's not why you do them. It's not a team building exercise. They will have learned a lot about that car in race conditions in the last 24 hours, and a lot about themselves as well, and that can be absolutely crucial going forward for that nascent organisation. Just want to flag up the GTD battle which continues between Mauro Engel and Lucas Stoltz. I expect to see Luca in at the end of this lap or the next one, and Mauro Engel at the lap after that. They're sitting in 22nd and 23rd position overall, leading that GTD category. The Right Motorsports cars just dropping away with Klaus Bachler a tiny bit on that stint. He's been dropping about half a second to 6/10 recently. He's due in as well in a couple of laps as well. Still ahead of Brian Sellers as Mauro Engel goes across the line. That battle's still very much on, and the leading pair in LMP2 have come back together. Oh, it was a right front brake disc issue by the look of it, because that is not a full brake disc on that Win Autosport car. So it was the right front that went. Wow, that was a good save then, in that case, by Steven. Jeremy, LMP2 back together again. Ryan DL and Mathieu Vaxivière. Only 5 seconds between them, and what a run that's been by Aero Motorsport. Laps down and 4 back.
Yeah, tremendous effort there, and what a battle is going on there between that pair. They have just made a pit stop on this last lap, so they're going to go out there and see what they are separated by once they get back out onto the racetrack. The number 82 car, by the way, that had got its lap back onto the lead lap during the previous period, which was what, a couple of hours or so ago now, nearly 3 hours ago now, I guess. Yikes, time flies, doesn't it? But that we saw that have a problem in the pits. It's using a fair bit of oil. There's a replay of the brake disc. You can see the puff of smoke out of that car as he tries to get on the brakes for the bus stop. Did a really good job there to keep it out of extra harm's way. But number 82 car for Dragon Speed is still going again in LMP2. It's just a couple of laps behind Ryan DL and Mathieu Vaxivière in number 18 and 8 cars.
Yeah, the LMP2 battle, we looked at that on the entry list when we did our preview a couple of weeks ago, Jeremy, and looked at that and thought that was a deep field. We can say that about every class. We spent about an hour and 40 minutes saying, well, that car's got a chance of a class win, or that car's got a... it really has been an extraordinary entry in so many ways this year, throughout the 5 classes as it is now for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 49 cars up on last year, as I said to Nick, but the depth of talent across every single one of the cars has been really impressive to see that Daytona once again really is back at the very, very top of the must-do races for international pro racing drivers.
Yeah, just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, all of the classes we knew were going to be competitive, didn't we? And it's turning out exactly that way.
And it's not finished yet. Ricky Taylor, 9 seconds to the good over Kamui Kobayashi, who's been bolted in to the Ally number 48. That's the white with the dark red stroke, magenta stroke purple, call it what you will, on the back of that car. GTLM pit stop starting again. Shea Adam watching these for us.
Fuel, tires, and Nick Katzberg staying behind the wheel of the yellow Corvette. This one getting a windshield clean, not yet a tear-off for this car, as there is an engineer not touching the car, wearing a bright yellow vest over the bright yellow overalls, not at all hard to see, indicating that he is not doing any physical work on the car, simply looking in, and it looked as if he was investigating as to the brake rotor amount left on the brake pads. But that service was done, and Katzberg leaves the pit lane a few minutes ago. We had Alexander Sims in for the number 4. That is the silver Corvette. That too was fuel, tires, and no driver change, no windshield tear off, just a clean.
29 seconds stationary for that Corvette. BMW in third as Alessandro Pernini, his competition car, has just come into the pit lane. And here are the GT Daytona leaders, because I'm fairly certain that the Sun Energy car must have been in last time around, because it was that Rafael Marciello took over that car, Shane.
This was a 56-minute stint for Mauro Engel out on the racetrack. They need to be a little bit careful coming up against the 4 and 6 hour drive time limit for both Philip Ellis and Mauro Engel if they continue swapping back and forth. We saw a car last year utilize that principle, going between 2 drivers for the first half of the race and 2 drivers for the second half. They came very close to exceeding maximum drive time. I'm a little bit concerned about this car, in all honesty, but they did fuel and sticker tires for Mauro Engel, and also into the pit lane comes Raffaele Marciello. No, he's on an outlap, so the Sun Energy 1 car has already done their service. Who's going to inherit the lead of GTD?
They've gone through the tri-oval in that flaming front end of the car. That's only the livery, don't worry. The chrome blue great to see that number 75 with that livery. That's their traditional colourway. And that was the previous lap. They were a couple of laps slightly worse off on fuel just because of the way they pitted last time around. So Brian Sellers must be has come in the pits now. He would have inherited the lead if he crossed the line. So Raffaele Marciello, I think, will be back in the lead because I don't think there was anybody else close enough, Jeremy, to those top three in GTD to have gone by on the pit stop cycle. The two Aston Martins who are next up are a little bit too far back to take advantage, and they're not actually on exactly the same pit stop cycle either for Roman De Angelis. Klaus Bachler in the right motorsport car in 5th position, and the recovering Matteo Cressoni for AF Corsa makes up the top 6, which means the TF Sport cars drop back. Charlie Eastwood now down in 8th position in GT2.
Yeah, that's right, John. The number 23 Aston Martin has got its lap back for the moment, but is due a pit stop probably in the next 2 or 3 laps, I would believe. So they kind of need a caution right now. That would be super helpful for the number 23 car. So effectively, it's just the 4 GT cars on the lead lap in sort of regular terms. Once this completes the pit cycle sequence is cycled through.
Another one of these parts of the race where if you were to just glance in and not realise this was a 24-hour race, you'd think, well, there's not really much happening here, is there? 9 seconds in the front of the field, 6 seconds in the 15. Top 5. What we are seeing here is, as Harry Tignall described it beautifully earlier on, high speed chess on the high banks. Still just trying to find out where you have a slight advantage over the cars that you are racing. In some cases, you've been spending, Jeremy, the last 21 and a half hours working out who you are racing and who will be the competition. You can look all you like at the paper entry list and you can think to yourself, well, they might be strong and they might be strong and they might be strong, but now with 2.5 hours to go, you know who you're racing, and that's when you've got to build your strategy to get to the end, yes, but to beat those cars that are left around you.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you certainly want to be planning ahead now and from the finish line. Yes, it's 21 and a half hours gone, but more importantly, there's 2 hours and 26 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in this race, and you want to try and make the first guy to make your last pit stop in case there's a full course caution in the closing stages. Watching an incident of somebody here, the race leader, I think,
side-by-side
together,
contact, with the Corvette, the grey Corvette.
With the second place Corvette.
It seemed a bit unnecessary from cars that are at the sharp end of the field, but what it does prove is what I was saying. Never think there's nothing happening. There's always something happening, and that number 10 of Ricky Taylor is going to have to pick up his pace a bit. A little, because Kobayashi is coming, and so is Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon is doing very well. Could of course be that Ricky Taylor was just trading a bit of paint with his former team. See, he knows those Corvette drivers very well indeed. Been part of Corvette racing for a wee while. Scott Dixon, oh no, a blow up on the high banks, and it's the 0-1. It's Scott Dixon, the very car I was talking about. It's a right rear puncture. I don't, oh no, is that an engine? There's a lot of smoke coming out of that car from the vicinity of the right rear. I think it's just dropped. There's a full course caution. That looks to me like a puncture. Shea, Adam.
Yeah, I think it's a tire, John. Just checking in with the team, and
yes, it is.
The rear wheel seems to be at a jaunty angle. They're ready with the new tire.
Oh, would you credit it? Dixon had been pushing really hard in 3rd place, and so we have our 11th full course caution after 2 3/4 hours, 2 hours and 46 minutes of green flag since the last one earlier this morning. And Dixie's going to get that car back. Extraordinarily good and patient driving He's turned in. I know he's great in everything he drives, but he has been particularly impressive. Looked like it went on the high banks early in the oval, so between maybe turns 1 and 2, or even before that, an awful lot of tyre smoke. I was fooled into thinking that there was fluid coming out of that car. It's just that the sun is still high enough that it was casting the smoke coming off the right rear was casting a shadow on the ground, and I thought it was the telltale line of essential fluids. Now, awful news for Chip Ganassi. Larry Holt at Mazda will be rubbing his hands here, Jeremy. This is exactly what they wanted with the number 55 as Dixie makes the pits.
Yeah, indeed so. It hasn't been the race that Mazda Motorsports wanted up until now. They had the glitch even before they left the pits, before the start of the race. They couldn't get into first gear. An actuator threw a fit, how Larry described it, something like that. But they were able to get back in the race and work their way through it. It's been a kind of an up and down day. They had a penalty earlier on for a drive-through, then they had a problem which cost them a couple actually the rear bodywork. But now this Ganassi team is going hard to work on that right rear tyre. They're going to hope there's no supplemental damage to that right rear corner.
Adam, the pits are closed. That tyre is allowed under emergency service regulations.
Yeah, this is the very definition of emergency service. Scott Dixon, I don't know, I'm going to attribute it to great skill and talent that the tire did not delaminate. The bodywork is still intact. The latch is still complete on the back of that Cadillac. It's remarkable and quite lucky, to be honest. I know you think, how could getting a flat tire be lucky? Well, the fact that it didn't do any damage, it didn't shred any of the bodywork and therefore any of the suspension bits, that could have been a lot worse than it actually was.
Now, there had been a bit of side-by-side contact with one of the leaders before, but that was the 10 car that we saw on the number 4 Corvette. That was Ricky Taylor getting up close and personal to Alexander Sims. And that's the sort of thing, Jeremy, that's, you know, having seen what's just happened to Scott Dixon, we don't know how that was caused, whether it was a bit of debris, running over a curb. I would doubt with Dixie whether it was a bit of rubbing, but you don't know. You can't control everything, of course. You can only control what you control. That's exactly why in this portion of the race particularly you're seeing your drivers, the old leaner gauge, push without risk. That's the definition of push without risk. You don't want to be rubbing side by side with GT cars if you're leading the race. So 2 hours 22 minutes to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio 107.9 around the track, and on Sirius XM, Sirius 216 XM 202, and around the world on IMSARadio.com. Sound and vision for those of you without a TV deal in your country. Thank you very much indeed, by the way, for your support in this race. And I think the best thing that we can say about this was mentioned a little while ago by Christoph. He says one of the very best things about this year's event is how un-COVID-19 it's felt. Great race, load of optimism for the future. A great discourse as well, not only between us, the drivers and the teams, and yourselves on Twitter, but it's clear that on the Listeners Collective, the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective, on the IMSA forums, and indeed between yourselves on Twitter, might not be able to get trackside, but you have been swapping opinions and some quite heated debate. But it's all, I've been watching it. It's all stayed very, very sensible and respectful, with like-minded individuals. Exactly what these races are all about: spending time, meeting new friends. New friends are just strangers you haven't said hello to yet, remember. It's been a really, really good atmosphere on social media. Not always you can say that in the current circumstances, but I've been really impressed with what I've been seeing. It's been hard to keep up with because we've been so busy, and I think our viewing and listening figures will be interesting to look at. So thank you for your support. You know how much it means to us and to everybody at IMSA that you can tune in from around the world. And it has been a proper endurance race. So many of you seem to have been up the whole time as well, giving up your weekend and your precious time to follow the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the 59th running of the Rolex 24. At the end of the race, Michelin post-race tech on RS2, hashtag Michelin PRT for your questions, points arising. We'll rattle through as many as we can before we keel over, desperately in need of more sacred coffee, which is where I'm headed at the moment. And then on Monday, I'm not sure this is a really good idea, but we've done it for the last few big races. 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. in the UK at Haggerty.com on their live pages. It's Inside Track, and we've got some great guests lined up have been making the headlines here this weekend in sound and vision, and you can ask them questions as well. Haggerty Inside Track via Haggerty.com on Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. in the UK. Not sure how I'm going to look on camera for that. Shea Adam, the pits are up for TPI.
And unfortunately, a GT car followed them in, and it was a GT car needing emergency service. I'm sorry, Alex and Gabe, if you're still watching down in New Zealand, it is your Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That is not good. They did owe us a pit stop anyway, but we had fuel and tires for the Acura Volta Acura. I almost said it. We had fuel and tires for the Meyer Shank Racing Acura. We've got fuel, tires, and Renger Van de Zande going in, or not tires, fuel going into the 01 Ganassi Racing Cadillac. The pit exit light is on. You know what? I think the 23 actually just drove straight down the pit lane. I think they missed the call thinking that it was GTD open. But other than that, we had a lot of other prototypes down the pit lane, including that number 55 Mazda, the white one. Ollie Jarvis brought it in, and it is now smack dab fourth in line for the prototypes. This is going to be an exciting restart.
Might have been just a splash of fuel under the emergency regs for Heart of Racing 23 Aston Martin, Shea, because they were, as you rightly say, due. They had done their laps. There couldn't have been that much in the tank. And again, the definition, we saw the rear right tyre replaced on the Scott Dixon number 48 Ally Cadillac, sorry, the 01 Cadillac, excuse me, and that's why my brain stopped, because it knew I'd said something wrong, but couldn't work out the wrong bit of it. Well, putting a splash of fuel in, up to 5 seconds of fuel, is also allowed under emergency regs, because there's no point in having that car stuck out on the circuit, and that car then back in to do its proper service.
And that was interesting because they brought an air canister out to the car, to the right rear tire, the one that had been the issue. They put a new one on during the emergency service. They added air to it on the car under caution. Now, typically in a situation when you need to change your tire pressures, you change the tires, and the tires already have the new tire pressures in them. That's something that I've seen maybe once or twice before in my entire career.
Well, I know what they've done though, Shea. They only put the one tire on. That was the rest of the set from the emergency service tyre, and of course that will have gone on. It will then have done a lap, and they will be balancing the tyre pressures from the cold tyres that have gone on to the one that has had a little bit of scrubbing on that lap. I bet you that's what they were doing to match that set back up again.
That would make sense, and you don't want to scrub in one tire necessarily, even if you're going slowly behind the safety car. You want to keep everything as it is. So perhaps they've been expecting a pit stop, or at some point expecting a tire change, and they had that set already up on the pit wall. It's Chip Ganassi's boys and girls. They come prepared.
Here comes the GT field, GTD and GT Le Mans coming into the pit lane. Shea Adam.
We have the Wright Motorsport Porsche, which is interesting, car number 16 into the pit lane, the 44 Acura. We haven't talked very much about them today. It's been a difficult race, and I believe that was Spencer Capelli getting back in. He does still owe us some drive time. Fuel only for both of the Corvettes, as they had just done their service not too long beforehand, and away goes the 4 ahead of the 3. So that's a change between the two cars. The 3 is not moving yet. The crew has not been working on it, and it doesn't look like it wants to fire. They're trying to get Nick Katzberg to get it going once again, but there was a little bit of fear in his eyes as, there we go, all of a sudden it lurches back into life. Is he rolling yet, though, as Crawford? No, hands off the steering wheel. This is disaster. The leading car in GTLM not leaving its pit box.
Yeah, that is an issue. He was in some kind of limp mode or something like that. He either couldn't get a gear. Now, the good news is it's under yellow conditions, so he's lost the lead to his teammate, but he has lost a bit of real estate. Just a note, by the way, on the GTD, the 2 leaders, Jeremy, didn't come down through the yellow because they just pitted a couple of 3 laps before the yellow came out, as we reported. So both the...
That's exactly right, John. And the number 16, number 16 and the number 1 car, though, they also had pitted, but did come back in again, I think, just now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And the reason, as you just saying there, the GTLM cars also, they were in only a few laps ago, so they certainly didn't need much fuel. But at this stage in the game, you want to try and have as much fuel in the car as you can, so you have to put in less fuel at stops closer to the finish line. And at this stage now, we've got 2 hours and 13 minutes remaining. They will need probably 2 more stops, but if there's one more caution, they might be able to do it on 1 from here, particularly with this extra splash of fuel. So that is why we saw some of these cars come in and make this pit stop now, even though they didn't really need it in terms of having enough fuel to get through a full stint.
Well, Caldarelli had been out for 6 laps in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini number 1, which actually is exactly the same as the leader.
Indeed.
And the second car that you mentioned there, the 16 Wright Porsche, 8 laps. And by the way, have I just noticed? No, still Mauro Engel leading for Windward ahead of Raffaele Marciello in that category. Let me just refresh that to make sure, yes, that is right. So the leaders, and it's always tough, isn't it, when you're in the lead. If you're 3rd, 4th or 5th, you can roll the dice a little bit, but if you're leading the class, you might want to be sitting out front and keep hold of your track position, because everyone else can react to you coming in under the yellow. You can't react to them, Jeremy. So you had to make your decision before everybody else did. Shuffle in the DPI positions, though, Jeremy, at the front of the field.
Yeah, very much so. A big shuffle. They came in the order 10, 48, 60, 55. And then 01, of course, that caused yellow with the problem on the track. They came out in the order 60, 10, 55, 48. All of them shuffling positions, and all those top 4. So the number 60 goes from 3rd to 1st, number 10 from 1st to 2nd, number 55 from 4th to 3rd, and number 48 from 2nd to 4th. And behind them all, of course, is Renger van der Zande, but they'll have done some an extra stop there just to make sure. I think there's three stops in a row for that 01 car, just to try and make sure, and hopefully that it isn't a problem, just making sure everything's okay on that car.
Yeah, if you
just now, it's now Renger van der Zande, by the way. It's taken over of a marathon stint from Dixie.
Brilliant stuff from Dixie. L4NOO has just rejoined. What happened to the 01? We're under caution because of a right rear puncture on that car. We're not sure of the cause yet, so we won't speculate. It was on the high backs coming out of turn 6 from the infield on the speedway turns 1 and 2. Temperature is up a bit, 33 degrees Celsius on the track, 25 in the air, but I wouldn't have thought that would have overly impacted tyre performance and longevity. Hello to Gabe Newell and Alex Riberas in New Zealand. part of the Heart of Racing organisation. They're listening in from the future. It's 7:30 on Monday morning in New Zealand, time zone there. Getting a lap back, the 31 Wheeler Engineering Cadillac, which was going so well early on. That seems a long time ago now in some respects, but they will carry on picking up points. Well, when we get through to Michelin post-race tech, we'll give you, actually sure you might have the points. Have you been adding up the points for the Michelin Endurance Cup at 6, 12 and 18 hours? I wasn't on at the 18-hour mark, if I'm absolutely honest.
I have.
I thought you would. Who scooped the pool? You've got half a lap because the Lexus safety car lights are off.
All right, well, the 10 is leading in the DPI class with 13 points. That's what you need to know there.
15, yeah.
Yep, the 8 is leading with 12 out of a possible 15 in LMP2. In LMP3, it is a perfect score for Riley in the 74. Corvette Racing number 4, again with a perfect score of 15. And in GTD, it is our current leaders, current leaders. They have 11 points in second, tied with the 21, as a matter of fact, the Ferrari that they had the coming together with.
Nicely done, Shea. BP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock Report. John Hiner for Jeremy Shaw at the Hagerty Global Broadcast booth, and we come back to green with 2 hours and 8 minutes left of the 2021 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours in Daytona. Decent restart with the two Acuras together as they went across the line, and Ricky Taylor trying to go around and does go around their Meerschacht racing car, but Dane Cameron, who started at the front of the field's not having that. They're side by side coming out of the first of the infield horseshoes, side by side through the kink. Really guys, with 2 hours and 7 minutes to go, they've managed to do it. And the purple car of Cameron gets back into the lead, but here comes Ollie Jarvis. They've been waiting for this for probably somewhere in the region of 20 hours. They're back in the fight, back in the lead group, and back with a sniff of victory. They know that those Rolex watches are only 2 cars away from them at the moment, and Ollie Jarvis with the Mazda, the smallest engined car in the race, 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged, not just in the DPIs, of all the cars. The little engine that can is right there behind the 2 Acuras at the moment, down the inside, under braking on the first lap after the restart. It's another pass, and Ricky Taylor goes back into the lead. That's twice the lead has changed, 3 times the lead has changed effectively on this lap, and here comes Ollie over the top. Jarvis then in the Alpine white Mazda number 55. Harry Tingle told us they had a fast car. Harry Tingle told us it's good on its tyres, but they have to be careful in the warm-up phase, but they've been struggling in the Michelins. And just for good measure, Kamui Kobayashi joins the party round the outside. He goes up into 3rd. So Cameron restarted in the lead. He's down to 4th position. So it's Acura, Mazda, Cadillac, Acura, and the number 4 Corvette, which was somewhat recalcitrant coming out of its fuel stop, is back in the pit lane. Sheridan will keep an eye on that, but the battle at the front of the lead is extraordinary, and Renger van der Zande in the 0-1. Now, that car then did not lose the lead lap after that puncture. So they are still, Jeremy Shaw, in the fight, although at the moment just about a second or so behind this scrap of the first 4.
Yeah, so if there's no damage to that car, they've made 3 stops during that corner third. First one to change what was left of the Wheeler tire, then another one with everybody else, and then a third one just to check things over before we went back to green. So still very much right there now. This is going to be a dogfight from here in to the finish line. 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining.
Shea, that number 3 car wasn't a problem. A couple of penalties in that last pit stop. I'll come to you for those at the moment, but here's Ollie Jarvis goes to the high side in the tri-oval from 3 laps down. The Mazda number 55 didn't quite get to the lead this time around, but it looks to me as though it's a matter of time. We know that they're going to push hard. They will leave nothing on the table. And Kamui Kobayashi hunting around in 3rd position. 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Acura, Mazda, Cadillac. Then the second of the Acuras is Dane Cameron. The 55's Jeremy Shaw, if it does get into the lead, will complete an extraordinary start in the 2021 Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Yeah, indeed so. That's the only car that has not yet led a lap officially during this race. All of the other 6 DPI cars have. They did so in the first 227 laps of this race, and now we're on lap 734. And number 55 car is not in the lead just yet, I think, but it's certainly knocking on the door with Oliver Jarvis.
Got at the number 63 Ferrari going slowly out on the circuit, but I don't think it's causing too much problems for anyone else at the moment. It's having a problem, it's speedway turn 3, so in fact it's come in and gone straight behind the wall. Shay, before this all blows up again, give us the news of those penalties. One certainly for the Corvette, number 3.
The Corvette number 3 passed cars in the pit mid area. That is a big no-no, drive-through penalty for that car. So their day goes from bad to worse. And then car 23 did not properly serve its obligation for the emergency service. So that was a trip down the pit lane and a stop with Richard and his stopwatch for 10 seconds for Ross Gunn.
Yes,
they've done everything right. They were lucky with the time of that caution. We talked about it, didn't we?
Yeah.
Before came out a few laps before, and they were able to stretch that fuel and just about you get to the caution period, but they did need emergency service, and they didn't call that right, and that could be a crucial mistake. Hopefully not. Hopefully they can stay on the lead lap in GTD, that car number 23, because they worked super hard to get it back, and they've now got 5 cars on the lead then in GT Daytona.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Shay Adam, our VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock reporter, as we've got back underway with a couple of minutes to go before we head into the final 120 minutes. Don't need me to tell you, but we will do a little in-race update with Mazda. Ricky Taylor for Cunningham and Alder leads by 0.2 of a second from the recovering Mazda. The recovery, for now at least, is complete. They are back battling for the lead with Ollie Jarvis in second, and Kamui Kobayashi for Ally Cadillac Racing in third, the number 46 car. Then Dane Cameron for the 0.6 further back for the purple and black Acura. Renger van der Sande just sitting about a second behind the top 5 at the moment for the light-coloured Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing number 01. Ryan DL has Era Motorsports Orica in the lead by 5.3 seconds for Mathieu Vaxivière. That's beginning to heat up again and starting just to bubble away. Number 8 from number 82 in LMP. Excuse me, 18 from 8 from 82. As Delvin De Francesco for Dragon Speed. He's a couple of laps off the pace. Alexander Sims holds the Corvette Racing hopes at the moment ahead of the BMW Team RLL. That number 4 and the number 24 in second has Augusto Farfus behind the wheel at 2.7 seconds distance. Racing Competition third, another second further back, and that's snafu for Corvette number 3 in the pit lane, and the mistakes has cost them half a minute to the leaders in class. LMP, Spencer Piggott behind the wheel of the Riley Motorsports Ligier 74 car in 13th overall, has 3 laps over Joao Barbosa for Sean Creech Motorsport, and it is still Milner Motorsport in third position, although Riley's number 91 now only a lap away from getting back to the podium. Jerome Blakemolen did a monster stint earlier on to pull that car back into contention and used the yellow flags very well indeed. In GTD, Maro Engel from Windward has half a second on the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes-AMG GT3 Raffaele Martiello in the 75, so 57 and 75. Then the 16 Klaus Bachler driven Wright Motorsports Porsches another 7 seconds further back. That's how it stands as we come down to 2 hours to go on IMSA Radio at Daytona 2021. The next hour and the final 2 hours of racing starts right now. Breathless stuff as we head into the last couple of chapters in terms of the hours on IMSA Radio 107.9 across the circuits. Sirius XM, thanks for your airwaves for the last 22 plus hours. Sirius 216, XM 202. Many of you tweeting us pictures have tuned in some very nice motor vehicles indeed, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost I saw earlier on. Did like the wooden dashboard on that. Very upmarket. We do have some clearly very influential people listening in, and of course around the world on IMSARadio.com. Sound and vision for those of you in territories that don't have a network TV deal. Since the restart, then we have seen a bit of battling on that opening couple of laps. Taylor, for the moment, has pulled out to about half, 3/4 of a second. But what about GTD, Jeremy? Mauro Engel for Winward, same sort of gap between Mauro and Raffaele Marciello, about 6/10, 7/10 of a second. Oh, little mistake there from the AF Corsa number 21 car. That car was right up in the thick of it till contact early on. Now, was that just a mistake? Oh, yes, it was. That's not how you get the Rolex watch straight through the sponsor signage. And the unconventional line, Jeremy, shall we say, down the International Horseshoe. Not across the grass, not there. That is not the right way to go into that corner for the 21 AF car.
I wouldn't even call that a scenic route either, to be perfectly honest.
Didn't do himself any favours at all there, really. These battles in at least 4 of the 5 classes, we've got real battles in this last 2 hours to the front of the field. Oh, full course yellow, and it will be a short yellow. I wonder if that was for the 21. Yes, it's brought debris onto the track, so this will just pack everybody back up again, and we get another restart. So this is then the 12th time that the double yellows have been seen down on the start-finish gantry. Dennis and Tony out in what is quite pleasant sunshine at the moment, and our best regards to all of our colleagues and friends at IMSA, whether they are waving flags, patrolling the pit lane, standing by, particular rescue crews. I know they're always tuned in on Sirius XM. Haven't had too much work to do, thank goodness. Always say to the guys when I see them before a race, I hope you get very bored and just end up listening to our commentary and our play-by-play all the way through. Also, of course, the AMR medical and safety crews, not just on the track but at the track medical centre, all of whom are essential workers. Thank you for all your hard work already in this early part of the 2021 season. So this is going to close things back up at the front of the field, Jeremy. We get another restart, which from an entertainment point of view, I have no issue with. And Ollie Jarvis gets to have another crack at Ricky Taylor. The problem is that Kamui Kobayashi is also a very quick starter. And Renger van der Zander's back on the back of that. Let's have a little bit of note on the leading car. Shea Adam has this VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report.
It's really a shame that Philippe Albuquerque isn't in the 10 right now, because he and Ollie Jarvis shared an Audi back in 2013 to win the GTD class, or what is now the GTD class. That would have been a lot of fun, seeing those two former teammates duking it out for the overall Rolexes.
Shea Adam, yeah, that's good. There's so many, so many of these drivers, Jeremy, have been around for quite a long time. and therefore there are connections right the way through this field. People who have driven together against each other, sometimes in the same team or even in the same car. That is again one of those things that happens in sports car racing that's in certain other facets, areas of the sport doesn't have that facet to it, because people tend to be on their own in a car rather than sharing with other people, 2, 3, sometimes 4 other drivers. So Jeremy Shaw's with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Take the opportunity to remind you of the Haggerty Inside Track show, live in sound and vision, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Monday. That's 6 p.m. in the UK. You'll have just about realised that there's no racing tomorrow by the time that happens. We've got some great guests lined up with a few options of who to take depending how the results go in the next hour and 55 minutes. Haggerty.com and look at the Haggerty Live section in their entertainment tab. You'll see all the details there. Join me and guests for Haggerty Inside Track at Haggerty.com, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. UK tomorrow, Monday. That's our usual wrap-up of the weekend. A little before that, the Michelin post-race text gives you the chance to set the agenda. As Jeremy Shea, myself, and we'll try and get Johnny and Nick and Joe perhaps in on that as well for a bit of an old skate later on. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio, please, for that one. Well, this is not going to affect anything too much, Jeremy, other than to just close the field back up again, because it is termed a short yellow. So the procedure is we'll just get somebody out to pick that Rolex sign up, and then we'll get you back to green as quickly as possible.
Yes, but potentially very significant, because there were a few cars that really needed a yellow. The number 3 Corvette, of course, that had that long pit stop and the penalty that had fallen a long way back. So Nicky Katzberg will now be able to haul up to the back end of the other contenders in GTLM. He's currently 4th in class behind his teammate number 4 car, which still leads and has done for much of this race. Then number 24 BMW and number 62 Ferrari. Also great news for the heart of racing, Aston Martin, Ross Gunn, after that little miscue during the emergency service procedure during that previous caution period, had to make a drive through. That also will be able to haul up to the back of the pack, having been I think around about a minute or so down on the rest of the field. So very, very good news for those two teams in particular.
Yes, and I think it was Reinhold Jost many years ago that said to me, the man at the head of the Jost team, he said, I'd rather be lucky than good. In fairness, they were both of those things, often at exactly the same time. But it is the old adage, isn't it? The more I practice, the luckier I get. But there are some things that you just can't, Jeremy, control. I know Alan McNish always used to say, I don't believe in luck. Bad luck is what people say for poor preparation. But in this form of racing, there are some things that you simply can't control, like when somebody else has an accident miles away from you. At Le Mans, it could be 8.5 miles away. Somebody has a tyre blow or goes off the track, and that massively impacts your strategy or what's going on, and you can only react to that at that point.
Indeed so, and when a caution period comes out, when the lights flash on, that can be another thing that is purely down to chance. Call it what you will, but it certainly isn't bad. Nothing bad by anybody. It's just the timing of it. That's just the luck of the draw, so to speak. So there is some luck that comes into this sport. There's no question about it. But a lot of people say, we were unlucky there, and I get Alan's point. He's right. They really weren't unlucky. They kind of brought it wrong amongst themselves. But there are certainly, by the same token, various instances, as we just outlined, where it is down to luck alone.
Should just mention, by the way, while we've got Alan McNish in our minds. Hello, Alan. Hello, Kelly. I know you'll be watching and listening on. Listening to Harry Tinknell talk earlier on, and his enthusiasm about what was going on, and even some of his phraseology will surprise nobody who knows that Alan McNish has been looking after Harry for quite a long time. and that's why I know that Alan will be tuned in to this, and I think he'll be as nervous as anybody else at the moment, probably more so than if he was driving himself. Core update, the number 54 as we're going back to green, Shane.
Matt McMurray in the car right now. They think they've got a tire going down, so he is probably going to pit on this restart.
Well, they must have tripped over a black cat under a ladder and fallen into a mirror, because if we're talking about bad luck as we were there, they've had nothing. They've had no luck other than bad luck. Not the race that they were looking for. And John Bennett's return to competitive motorsport at the high level here, and IMSA coming back to the green, and a very good restart by Ricky Taylor in the Acura, down on the low side this time. Ollie Jarvis tries to get a little bit of a draft as they go down into turn one. Behind, there's an added complication for Kamui Kobayashi, because the number 31 Cadillac is trying to get some laps back, and for a moment was side by side with Kamui in the 48 Ally Cadillac, but has now dropped back. Also, we've got the two Acuras then sitting in there with Meerschaank Racing, the purple Meerschaank Racing Dane Cameron car, Renger van der Zander's in there as well. So that is the top five. That's how they've restarted. We are just hearing there's been an incident between the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini and the number 21 car of AF Corsa. They've had a rotten hour and a half or 2 hours. Reviewed, no action, as the 54 car is coming slowly into the pit lane, as reported by Shea Adam in our VP Racing Fuel pit report. The leaders are down in the braking area on the restart after the restart into the bus stop. Under an hour and 50 minutes to go. Top three equidistant on Speedway turn 4. Yeah, well, we've absolutely had our money's worth already. If the race was to finish now, I don't think anybody would be disappointed. But Jeremy, we've got the better part of an hour and a half, an hour and 50 minutes still to go in GT Le Mans. Nicky Katzberg and Augusta Farfus and Alex Sims go through, and the BMW is back to the lead. That was a pass made on the track after the restart, so the black BMW is back to the lead of the class, and now it's BMW versus Corvette versus Ferrari, the top three cars in class, three different manufacturers in GT Le Mans. After looking for a little while, not like a Corvette benefit, but it did look, Jeremy, like Corvette had it under control. Well, now they've got a real scrap on their hands.
They have, certainly, and this is going to be quite a battle. We wondered a little while ago whether the 24 BMW, or the BMWs in particular, had shown their hand in this race so far. They've been hanging in there all the way along. That team, of course, has won this race the last 2 years in succession. The 25 car is a couple of laps off, or just one lap off, not one back previous caution period, so that's just one lap off the pace as well. But yeah, good strong move there by that number 24 BMW. Just Farfus in the lead. A long time since the Corvette hasn't led this race with GTLM.
Have one bit when I was on during the wee small hours where the BMW got ahead for a while. I don't think the Ferrari has led. It's been there or thereabouts. I'm doing that from memory, not actually looking at any data, which is kind of making leaps of faith there. Through turn 1, 2 leaders, 3 leaders, 4 leaders. As quickly as you can tick them off and do your lap chart, they're through into the international horseshoe. Top 4, Taylor, Jarvis, Kobayashi, Renger van der Zander now ahead of Dane Cameron. So that 0-1 car, apparently, Jeremy, not showing any ill effects from that tyre issue, the right rear issue for Scott Dixon, when Scott was pushing very hard indeed. It was the end of a great set of stints from Scott. And Renger van der Zander, I suppose the senior partner there in that team now, with the experience of that car, if not that team, and he's only 1.5 seconds off the lead. and starting to close in on Kamui Kobayashi.
Yes, indeed, and lots of experience there, of course, both Kobayashi and Renger van der Zande. They've won the race the last 2 years, so driving alongside each other, then each for 2 different teams or 2 different manufacturers. Let's start again. They drove together last year, now they're back at the moment in 3rd position, and for both of those two, looking to become a 3-time winner here. In terms of the overall race here, it's only been ever won 3 times in succession, once by Peter Gregg in 1973, 75 and 76. What about 74, you say? Well, there wasn't a race in 74, that was the entry crisis. But Peter Gregg is the only guy to win this race 3 years, the race 3 years in succession.
Yes.
However, in the 80s, Unser didn't win this race 3 wins in a row, but the first one was Dad, Big Al, and the next 2 were Little Al, Al Unser Jr. That was with Al Holmer's team, and his dad won it the year prior with Preston Hen's team. They're back in the Porsche 962 days.
See, Jeremy, that's the sort of stuff that makes this race, because it's the 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, because it has such a wonderful and vibrant history within the sport. That's the sort of stat that these guys probably don't know about. But when you tell any of those guys about that, it will mean something to them. To be alongside someone like, to have your name alongside someone like Peter Gregg, that is just, you know, lifetime dream stuff for these guys, because I know how much these guys enjoy the sport and how much emotion goes into it. So that means, Jeremy, with the 74 race not happening, that in point of fact, nobody has ever won this race 3 years in a row. They've won it 3 runnings in a row, as I said, but not 3 years in a row. So we would actually be making history if that happened today.
Indeed so.
Wow.
Absolutely, in the overall
stat.
terms at least, yes.
Great stat, Jeremy. Well dug. Well dug. Still can't tell you which one of the top 4 or 5 cars is going to be in that victory lane. Cameron just can't find the pace in the Meyershank Racing number 60 Acura at the moment. He's dropped away by 4 seconds from the leader. I'm not reading anything into that at the moment, but he was mugged a couple of times on the restart, came to the previous restart as the leader, and ended up at the end of that first lap down in, I think, 4th position. And since then, Renger van der Zande has gone by. Renger right up the tailpipes now of Kamui Kobayashi in the Ally Cadillac, and at the moment he looks like he may be the man most likely, but to be honest, any of those top 4 could be making a move shortly. The concentration, Jeremy, the pressure, as all of these drivers have got to keep their wits about them at all times, but these top 5 in particular, after 22 hours and 20 minutes of running, knowing that the win is on the line, not just for yourself, and that again is that team thing, isn't it? You are carrying the hopes and dreams of 30, 40, 50 people maybe in this last hour and 40 minutes. That's pressure.
It is, and just the slightest mistake could be so costly. We know how important it is to these drivers in particular to get that Rolex Daytona chronograph, and for the teams, for the manufacturers, for so many people, this is one of the most important races on the motor racing calendar, period. And it's the race that everybody wants to win, and as we see right now in each of the classes, pretty much the battle is far from over, and we're expecting probably a couple more pit stops, I think, probably just one more pit stop actually for the GT cars, probably at least 2 for the prototypes, and it could well come down to the pit stops at the end of the day, certainly the strategies.
GT Le Mans, the BMW Corvette battle behind the pits at the moment, heading to the International Horseshoe. Fantastic torque out of the corner by what was then second place Corvette of Alexander Sims. Nicky Katzberg, by the way, has recovered into third position, dealing with Alessandro Perguidi. So it was at the start of that lap, Corvettes 4 and 3 in second and third. Now first and third. That was like something out of a movie, Jeremy. Coming out of the little flick-flack that are turns 2 and 3. Whether there was a little fumble by Augusto Forfus in the BMW number 24, the black car, or whether the Corvette just hooked up brilliantly, I'm not sure. But that looked very easy indeed. No muss, no fuss, and went round the outside into the braking area of what is effectively turn 4, the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, but by then he was well clear, wasn't he? He just powered right past him. That was really odd to see how easy that it looked. I'm sure it wasn't as easy from the inside. We didn't see whether Augusto Farfus maybe just put a wheel on the grass or something, lost a bit of traction on the exit of that first little complex at turn 1-2 there, but it looked surprisingly easy. We'll see if the BMW can challenge again as they come up toward the Tri-Oval.
Shea Adam, significant news in that very close LMP2 battle between Tower Motorsport and Era Motorsport. What's happened here?
On the restart, it was not a good lap for the Era Motorsport crew. It was about 30 seconds slower than it should have been, but it was a little bit too fast for the number 8 of Tower Motorsport. They were issued with a jump restart by race control. That's why they were evaluating the restart. A drive-through penalty for Mathieu Vaxivière in that car means that it will bring him right back into the clutches of Ryan Dial.
Yeah, a minute and 13 seconds between them at the moment. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, and what's curious about that is at the restart, the number 18 car, Ryan Dial, was leading. He came into the pits as we went to green. Not quite sure why, because it was as we came to green, so that put the number 8 car in the lead, and it had a pretty substantial lead. So there was absolutely no reason for Vaxivière to jump that restart, because at that stage, the number 18 car was headed to pit lane. Curious.
Well, that might be something we have to follow up after the race, yeah.
Yeah, who was he called for passing? If it was a number 18 car, that was the car that was coming towards the pits. Well, that's curious.
Whoever was next in line up there, you still can't pass anybody. It doesn't have to be a class competitor, does it?
No, indeed. But I think there were no Talcon in the restart. I might be wrong. I don't know that for sure. But if there were, if the number 8 was directly behind the 18 and the 18 car came into the pits, I don't know. But anyhow, the penalty has been called, and that would be not what that team needed.
I suspect they're having a discussion with that. They've got 4 laps to answer that drive-through. It may well be that there's a bit of back and forth on that one. This is where your team manager earns their corn, and you can't have a word. That's why there's a 4-lap grace period. If there's some video, which there almost certainly will be, that will be getting reviewed as well. Just a bit of housekeeping as we're getting towards the last hour and a half here. Officially now, the number 63 has retired, so that one you can use the black marker pen of doom for Scuderia Corsa. Bad news for Ed Jones, Brett Curtis, Ryan Briscoe and Marcus Gomes. That one is out. Coming back to the fray from behind the wall, number 14 Lexus, that has gone in. Going behind the wall to replace it, the number 52. I think we were talking about that's the problems for PR1 Matheson Motorsport cars, the Ben Keating, Mikkel Jensen, Scott Hofbecker and Nico Lapierre car. It's been a fraught 24 hours in 2021 for that car. Was doing very well early on. Nico Lapierre ended up with a wall, if you remember, on his way out of the pits. Either just a little side swipe or having to avoid another car. My goodness, video game stuff, iRacing stuff on the banging by. The leader, Ricky Taylor, goes down below one of the slower cars and then comes straight up and over the top of another. He's pushing very hard indeed. took almost a full second out of Ollie Jarvis last time around, and that included passing some traffic. Mathieu Vaxivière is back out, having driven through the pits, and Renger van der Zand has just been through the pits as well in the 0-1 Cadillac DPI. Shea Adam, what can you tell us, if anything, about that one?
Looked pretty standard. We've got the leaders now having been out for 42 minutes, and yes, there has been quite a bit of yellow, but perhaps this is back timing to the end of the race. We've got an hour and 35 minutes to go. That breaks up nicely into 2 stops.
Yeah, I'll take that. They've been out 18 laps since the last time he was in the pits, but they had a couple of splashes before that. Remember, they had that problem with Scott Dixon coming in for emergency service. So that will be a full tank of VP Racing fuel for Renger. Now the leader is coming into...
We've got an hour and a half remaining.
Yeah.
They do 36, 37 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced on that one.
When you did the calculation, having found your calculator early on, we were at 4.4 stops.
Yes.
And 0.4 of a stop is no good whatsoever to a race team, is it?
Exactly right. And since then we've had the caution. You know, they definitely need 2 more, but I'm not sure they can get to the end. Well, I'm pretty sure they can't get to the end from here with...
so they're going to
get the 2.
they're going to get down to somewhere near the hour from where they've just stopped, and then they can break the last hour into 2 parts, so that they will still have to have 2 stops if we stay green. But I'm not sure what the advantage of doing that is, but then again, I'm not a strategist. Oh, hang on a second. The 75 car, is that going slowly there for a moment? No, that's Raffaele Marciello, Sun Energy 1. Now, so this has triggered something off. Ricky Taylor now comes in, and from second, Ollie Jarvis. Shea Adam.
And on his way out of the pit lane is Kamui Kobayashi, so it has triggered something. The 48 also into the pit lane. It is a driver change, though, as there is a bright red helmet climbing aboard the Mazda number 55. That could be orange, that could be Harry Kinkle. And don't you want the Kinks for your last stint to go out and potentially win Daytona? Yes, please. Fuel, tires, and a windshield clean for the Mazda. Fuel, tires, and windshield clean for the Acura as well. The number 10 Continental car. And I believe that was an orangish helmet behind the wheel of the Acura, so perhaps Ricky Taylor stays aboard.
Right, okay.
And the reason for these stops now, they're just covering each other.
Yes.
Because when that first car came into the pits, that was the number 01 car. If there'd been a full course caution after that, the pits would have been closed.
Yeah.
And therefore, the car that had already made its pit stop would be able to stay out on the racetrack when the other guys needed their pit stop. So that's exactly why all those guys are making that pit stop. However, the number 61 car hasn't fallen for that one yet. So if there is a caution now, the number 60 car, well, it was at the back, that's why it hasn't come in.
It's what our NBC colleagues Townsend Bell and Paul Tracy called the danger zone. Once you've seen one of the guys behind you stop, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a safety car. But as Jeremy says, Mershank Racing with Dane Cameron have stayed out there. I don't think he can have much more VP Racing fuel in the tank there. They did do a couple of top-ups, but he's had 5 laps of yellow since he was last in the pit lane. He's been out there for 45 minutes, so I reckon he's only got probably another 2 or 3 laps. What that will do, of course, is mean that he gets closer to the end of the race with his next 2 stops. He's not going to save a stop, but they're gambling. And I seem to remember in the back of my mind that Harry Tinknell said that staying out on old tyres in performance terms was more beneficial than putting on a set of new tyres. He used the words overcut and undercut, which I dislike immensely. But basically the performance advantage of the old tyre when it's hot outweighs the disadvantage of a new tyre when it's cooled. Yes, it's got more meat on it, but it's not up the temperature for at least a couple or 3 laps. So maybe that's what they're looking at as well with Dane Cameron in that Meyer Shank Racing. Mike Shank knows how to strategize. Dear, that was terrible. He knows how to work his strategy to get to the end of the race and use his resources as best he can, and that may well be what he's doing now. If you do everything the same as everybody else, you'll get the same result. If you go slightly different, well, you've got an option for that to change. Battle for second place, Jeremy, in GT Le Mans. Augusto Farfus has dropped 2.5 seconds since Alexander Sims dragged past him with the Jerry Bruckheimer 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th gears, or however that happened, because I've got no clue still how easily that pass was made. And his teammate now, Nicky Katzberg, is with Farfus and battling as they come out of the infield through turn 6 for second place in GTLM to make it once again, Jeremy, a Corvette Racing 1-2 if he can get by the black BMW.
Yeah, indeed. So the once again, Corvette's looking very, very strong here. Just to add to your note, by the way, about the leading car have not yet pitted. Of course, you're absolutely right. You know, as you stretch towards the end of the race, if you make the later you make your last stop, the less fuel you're going to have to put on board. So therefore, a faster stop. So there's all sorts of things that play out. And it's a number 60 car, which doesn't seem to be quite as quick as those other contenders. He's put through most of the race so far. So they're probably hoping that by taking on less fuel, having a faster pit stop, that maybe they can remain in contention for the win.
And by the way, at Daytona 2021, of course, we've now done 24 hours and 10 minutes of racing this year, because we had the 100 minutes last weekend. So we've actually done more than 24 hours. It's just been spread over 2 events. Here's the pass for second in GT Le Mans, and right in behind them is the number 31 Whelen Cadillac, which dropped laps earlier on. Mike Conway's been put into the end there, and he'll fight all the way back and picks his way between them. In fact, the pass did not happen from Nicky Katzberg on the BMW Team RLL. So I've been told by our executive producer up in London, Tim Gray, that wasn't a race, it was a competitive qualifying session, which is absolutely true, but it looked very like a race for the 100 minutes. But at least he got the point I was making. I'm throwing that into the mix. Under the length of a soccer game to go, 88 minutes of this one. As we head towards the end, in has come now the leader, Dane Cameron, and that was on fuel, so he has pushed the VP fuel all the way to the end, Jeremy, and actually I've got to share, that looked like full service, and you would expect full service now at every stop for these guys.
It was full service, and in rejoining the transition lane, he very nearly collected the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes being run by Gradient Racing. The car coming into his box was a Mercedes. The car going out was the Acura, and there was probably 5 feet between them, but man, it looked a lot closer, not on the cameras. All good there, though, as it is Juan Pablo Montoya to take this to the checkered flag. The man who's won this race 3 times before knows how to get it done.
Certainly does. And by the way, that Sun Energy 1 car, Rafael Marciello, stretching a 29 lap stint there, still a little bit short of what we might have seen. Ross Gunn is promoted to second place. He's got about another 9 or 10 laps before he comes in, and promoted through the field. We're waiting for Mauro Engel to come in. Raffaele Marciello then drops down through the field behind Klaus Bachler and Andrea Caldarelli. That's what I was trying to say. Mauro Engel due in next time around, maybe the one after that, which will leave Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing. Remember, they took a little splash about 23, 24 laps ago. They'd only done 7 laps, but that stretched their fuel load, and we said at the time, Jeremy, that was an interesting thing to do. But somebody further down the field in GTD, as the number 1 car was, really had nothing to lose by that. Caldarelli will assume the lead in a lap or two's time, and will still have probably 6 laps to go to make good on that performance advantage.
Yeah, but Caldarelli, during that stint, did overtake Klaus Bachler in the number 16 Porsche, so he moved himself up to third from fourth, where he was at the restart. So, you know, that Paul Miller Racing Team looking for the 2 in a row. And that combination, by the way, in that number 1 car, that is the only car in the race in which each of the drivers already have a Rolex 24 victory. And that, of course, was gained last year by Paul Miller Racing. No other car have all 4 drivers won this race before.
That's another great stat, and one when we were doing our preview for this, I was quite frankly staggered about, because so many people have swapped and changed, and so many good drivers down through the years since we started handing out the Rolex class wins as well. Sorry, Alan McNish, to remind you of that, because he won the last year that they were only for the overall winners. I was actually quite staggered that there was no other team that, even if they'd had to mix and match down through the years. But that's it, exactly as they raced last year, Jeremy. Cars different colours, but it's the same car and the same drivers for that car. Different number, but effectively that is the same combination.
Indeed so, yeah. So, you know, they've been there and done it, and they want to do it again because they enjoyed last year. And here we are, 12 months on, and a repeat would be very, very nice indeed for that content, and for Paul Miller himself, of course, who's arch enthusiast. He's an accomplished driver in his own right as well, and you know, he's so passionate about his sport. He was really disappointed not to be able to do the full season last year, but what a call! You know, it was great that he made that call to concentrate on the Michelin Endurance Cup and came away with that title as well.
It will be another win as well for Lamborghini in GT Daytona. They've rather made Rolex 24 their own in the last 3 years.
That would be 4 in a row, because in the previous 2 years it was won by the GRT Grasser Racing Team. Boy, what a disappointing outing it's been for that Austrian-based team this weekend, because one car was out pretty early after just 195 laps. The other one did 347, but both of those 2 cars out of the race a long time ago. I don't think, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, and particularly sad for them, Jeremy, coming off the back of the fact that we've heard that they're going to have a full-time entry in IMSA. We're not entirely sure about that, but it looks like they are going to have a full-time entry this year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Is that confirmed? That's brilliant news. It really is.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I'm pretty certain I haven't made that up, but given the amount of information that my poor little adult brain has been taking in over the last actually 10 days of this event, really is an event with a capital E. I maybe have dreamt it, or conflated two stories. Just a quick thought while we've got a moment on this, Jeremy. What do you reckon to moving the Raw to the week before? There's normally a free weekend between the Raw before and the Rolex. We've long debated the qualifying, and I've put that to one side. But what about moving the event a week closer and effectively making a 10-day, 11-day festival out of the Rolex 24 Daytona?
I think it's great, and I think it makes it a lot easier logistically for the teams, and obviously I would have thought expense-wise as well. You know, to have to come here for the Raw test, then go away for 3 weeks, then come back again. You know, you've got double the cost of just about everything. Okay, you're staying here in Daytona all the way through that time, but you have no major problems. It's a little bit of chance of relaxation in a part of the world is not too bad at this time of year, generally speaking. But you know, but otherwise, you know, you can it's just one trip here, particularly in these COVID times, of course. But no, I like it, and I think the vast majority, I think virtually everybody I've spoken to likes that change as well. So I think that's probably here to stay, and I think it's a very, very good move. I'd say we'll talk about the others. We'll leave the other aspects out of it, but that side of it, I think is great.
Commissioner Porsche Race Tech for your thoughts on that and what you've seen over the last 10, 11 days. You've seen and heard on our coverage. Slow-moving prototype. I think is that the number 31 car that was moving slowly? No, it wasn't. That smoky prototype. And Shea Adam has some news on the GT Daytona battle after the pit stops.
Yeah, Andrea Caldarelli managed to get out ahead of Raffaele Marciello. Now they're battling together on the track, separated by 0.3 of nothing at all.
What happened to the Cetilar Dallara, says Sean. I missed that one dropping down the order. They had a good run, you know, really did. It was nice to see the Dallara running well. Clearly likes the slightly harder compound of Michelin tyre that's used here in IMSA now. Remind me, Shea, what happened to the Cetilar? They had a couple of different problems from memory.
I want to say gearbox was ultimately what took them out.
Yes, good call. Very good. Very good call.
The top, excuse me, John. The top two cars in GTD haven't yet pitted on this sequence. And Mauro Engel in number 57 car, and Ross Gunn in the number 23 Aston Martin. The last pit stop for Engel was on lap 668.
He's got to
so he's got to be due any moment now.
Yeah, had a bit of yellow there. Normally get about 30 laps those cars. Oh my goodness me, that was tightened up again.
That's a change.
That is a change for position, as Jeremy says, down at the International Horseshoe, Jeremy, and that was very tight indeed.
Yeah, it was. And what did Harry Tingle say when he spoke to us earlier on?
He said we're going to be in victory lane or in the fence, basically.
Yeah. I said, yeah, indeed. I think he would say win or crash, or win or crash.
Win or crash. Yes.
Yeah. I asked Larry Holt about that, by the way, and he said attack like it's life or death. And I said it's hammer time, is it? I need a bigger hammer. Well, he's got his bigger hammer right now because Oliver Tingle is charged up, and I think he's up into second position. But what's interesting though is Paul Ballaker all the way 3.5 seconds during he's extended it not by very much, obviously, but by fractions. There's a Sun Energy car off the road, and that takes that's the Ford Miller car. That's the road in avoidance, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Jeremy, in that amazing battle for GTD. That was at the bus stop. Those cars very close together. Marciello and Caldarelli in traffic. Just a little bit of a wiggle under braking from the 75 Sun Energy 1 car. Got that back together again, Marciello, and Caldarelli deciding that discretion was the better part of valour. Thought about going up the inside on the left-hand exit of the bus stop. Oh, actually got onto the dirt, got onto the marbles. There is, it's not a one-groove track through the bus stop, but it's probably only 1.5. I don't think it's 2 grooves through there. And as soon as the left-hand Michelins got out of the quote-unquote racing line there, Jeremy, that number 1 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini and Andrea Caldarelli, he knew he was in trouble, and that was a really smart piece of driving there. He didn't try to save it, he didn't try to tighten his line, which would surely have made him spinning. He just opened up his hands, knew that the grass there is pretty flat, and just ran across it. Lives to fight another day, and lives to fight still for a potential podium for that car.
Take your medicine, in other words.
Yeah, very good. Engel's in the pits, Shea Adam, from the lead of GTD for Winward Racing, with 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock.
This is not enough time to get him to the checkered flag. He was out there for 1 hour and 12 with a lot of help from the yellows, but this is fuel, tires, probably a windshield clean for Mauro Engel. He certainly needs to keep it clean to make sure that he doesn't see anything in front of him. And yeah, they're going to make sure every last drop gets in, but this will still necessitate a splash.
A pit stop before the end, I think, aren't they? So, yeah, but the good news for that team is they're going to need less fuel than everybody else because they came in several laps later. The 23 car hasn't yet come in, has it? So that I would imagine will be due in any time now. and he wasn't that far behind going into this sequence. He was only, I'm not sure how far behind it was, to be honest.
Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. With an hour and 15 minutes to go, Shea Adam will be our VP, Racing Field Pit Lane and paddock reporter to the checkered flag. They're going to try and get Johnny Palmer back into the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre as well for the end of the race to hear his thoughts. It's clear from what I'm seeing on IMSA Radio using the hashtag R24Radio that yeah, all right, everybody understands we've had some full course yellows that has interrupted. It's been, and I quote, nonetheless enthralling for that, says Ian McCarthy. I disagree with that, to be honest. Moni, hello Monica, I agree with Jeremy Shaw. The Raw before weekend directly before the race makes it a festival atmosphere. I hope they do that next year, but I'm hoping to get back to the race. Pit stops in GT Le Mans. Shea Adam.
This is fuel, tires, a clean of the radiator, and a new driver. It's the end of the Daytona 24 Hours. The Ford Corvette with silver on it is going out for the final stint, and you have your driver choice between Tommy Milner, factory Corvette driver for the last 10 years, or Nick Tandy, brand new factory Corvette driver who knows how to win endurance races. I don't know which one they went with, but I'll tell you what, when they were making the decision, they had a smile on their face.
Yeah, for sure. That one is going to run and run. So BMW.
Is it there?
Yes. Sort of doing a bit of the old karting, warming up the tyres thing and flicking the car backwards and forwards. He wouldn't be the first person to do that and embarrassingly flip the car into a wall somewhere. BMW then has the advantage coming out of the pit lane, Jeremy.
Indeed, it does, yes, and it's been a pretty interesting battle between the Corvette and the BMW over the last, well, basically 22 hours and 46 minutes. The interesting thing to me is that the Ferrari seems to have been, it seemed to be right in contention earlier on, but not so much lately. That car is also in the pits. It's certainly in the mix still, but it had fallen, I think, about 10 seconds or more behind the other contenders just during that previous stint, which is slightly surprising. That is the car, by the way, that has set the fastest lap of the race. Not that it really means anything in GTLM. That was by Alessandro Pierguidi back on lap 429.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one in GT Le Mans. Always been one of my favourite categories, if I'm honest. I have great memories of 4, 5 and 6 cars nose to tail at places like WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. 16 wheels of action I seem to remember seeing when we had 4 cars nose to tail a few years ago. Not as it was in factory GT racing here in the States, which is what has prompted IMSA to make this the last year for GT-LM as a category, and for these, the most highly developed of the endurance GT racing cars. It will be GT3 Pro, GT Daytona Pro next year instead. But proof, if proof were needed, Jeremy, that you only need 2 cars for the race, and we've had 4 or 5 this year. Really disappointing for the WeatherTech guys, who Jimmy Bruni, by the way, behind the wheel. First of all, great lineup. Cooper McNeil and the WeatherTech Racing guys assembled a fabulous set of drivers, but their race, really the tone set for that race right at the beginning when they got tail-ended by the BMW, causing quite significant damage. They've done their best to fight back to, I think, 8 laps now off the lead. They were well over 10 at one stage.
Yeah,
well remembered. Yeah.
Oh, no, I just looked it up while you were.
You knew where I was going with that.
Yes, I did.
Yes, we've worked together for a very long time, ladies and gentlemen. And they're a full season car, so the 2 Corvettes, but we'll get to see the BMWs again at Sebring for the Mobil 1 12 hours in March, which is our next scheduled race. Risi, well, we don't know. It's a movable feast for Ferrari and Risi. Giuseppe would love to race. Giuseppe Risi would love to race in everyone, and he's got full factory support for his driver package, at least here. But if we have another 5-car scrap with the 2 BMWs, the privateer Porsche and the Corvettes at Sebring, I'll be okay with that. Here comes the battle for the GT Le Mans lead, and once again at the end of the long run, it's round the outside through the turn 1 area, the 88 Earl Bamber Motorsport Team hardpoint car. The Porsche right ahead of them. That's causing a little bit of anxiety for our GT Le Mans leader, Augusto Farfus. Jordan Taylor trying to take advantage. It was Earl Bamber behind the wheel. Now goes to the right, now to the left, through the kink and down towards the western end of the infield. This is the battle for the lead in GT Le Mans that we're talking about here. The Corvette just seems to have more tyre on it at the moment. Really able to pick and choose where Jordan Taylor puts that car at the moment. He's putting pressure one side, then the other on Augusto Farfus. Augusto Farfus, meantime, has probably turned the rear camera off and is not looking at the door mirrors either. He's concentrating on hitting his marks down low out of turn 2 and then drifting towards the wall to get the best entry to the braking area into the bus stop. That was a really clever piece of driving there, Jeremy, by Farfus. He stayed down low all the way through turns 1 and 2 on the speedway, drifted into the middle of the track to discourage the inside move, and then right at the last moment just drifted out of the wall to get the optimum racing line. But I don't think he's going to be able to hang on in the draft. The Corvette is mighty, side by side through the tri-oval. If this was the run to the line, the Corvette would have had its nose ahead, and it is back in the lead. So that's something to remember if we see the Corvette in second place as we come to the checkered flag. The run to the line was won on that lap, or with an hour and 18 minutes. All it means is the Corvette is back to the top of the timing and scoring in GT11. But Jeremy, that could be very significant if we get a nip and tuck battle all the way to the end of the race.
Wow, absolutely. I mean, gosh, do you remember back to last year, the BMW had a huge advantage on the straights. The BMWs were much quicker than anybody else, or clearly there. Yeah, a little bit of a draft involved, but that didn't explain it. That was just top-end power there for the Corvette. He just marched on right on past the BMW. The Corvette guys found out how frustrating that's been for the last couple of years, and now they are dishing out the medicine. There has been some changes to the balance of performance in GTLMs, certainly compared to last year, and actually even since the raw test, the BMWs have had to add a little bit of weight, 10 kilograms of weight. I think the Corvettes might have lost a little bit of weight as well, actually, unless I noticed previously. So that's clearly now seems to be working in balance of the Corvette, which is also this race showing very good fuel economy.
Johnny Palmer is watching rapt at the moment, I'm sure. 67 minutes to go. GP, welcome back to the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. 1.7 at the front of the field between first and second, call it 5 seconds between the top 3. LMP2, a bigger gap there, but still only a minute. GT Le Mans, 5 seconds between the top 3, and GT Daytona, a second between first and second, and 3.5 between the top 4. Not bad after 20, nearly 23 hours of motor racing. We've kind of come to expect this from the Rolex 24 Daytona, Johnny.
Anything else would be a disappointment, frankly, wouldn't it? Because of so much reputation that surrounds this race. But yes, it always is geared towards a grandstand finish. We've got the monstrous grandstand in the background, and I think we're very likely to have the finish to equal that as well. And yes, I mean, the tensions are so high, the stakes are so high in this phase of the race. Gaps just as close as they have been, pretty much. LMP2 developed into a pattern a little while ago, but in the principal pro classes like DPI and DTLM division, it was always going to be just a crazy fight all the way to the finish, and so it is proving. I'm just loving Corvette versus BMW. BMW on a hat trick, aren't they? They won in 19 and 2020, although it was a strong year for Corvette, but wouldn't it be a great story for that C8R in only its second year at Daytona to take victory, and they're well in the game.
The pit stops at the front of the field, Jeremy, have started again. Not full fuel stints for any of the cars who have just been in. So with 65 minutes to go, what they're effectively doing there is splitting it either into two 30-odd minute stints, or they're going to make it a splash at the end and spend less time on pit lane. Shea Adam was watching the stops. Was it new tyres as well, Shea, for all of those top runners?
It looked like it, and if you've got him, you throw him at your car and give him the best shot of winning the watch. And it is still Renger van de Zande behind the wheel of the 01, as that was the sound of the air guns. You heard in the background, fuel and tires for Renger.
By the way, in that GTD category, the battle is rejoined between the two protagonists we've been talking about for some time, Winward Racing and the 57 and the 75 of Sun Energy 1, with Raffaele Marciello 2 seconds now behind. Had to make a pass there on Andrea Caldarelli. No, that's not true. He was ahead of him, wasn't he, when he had that little off, and Caldarelli sort of followed him off, had a little bit of a wiggle, but that's second in the class still then for Marciello, and just under 2 seconds that gap. But not very much between any of those cars in GTD. Beyond the top three, Jeremy, in GT Daytona, which is the two Mercedes and the Lamborghini. It's only another 2.6 seconds back to Jan Halen, who's been reinstalled for Wright. And that, you know, whatever they get out of this race for Wright, that's going to be a really good run, because that car was severely hamstrung early on for a very long time, with a bad toe out problem on the left-hand side, where they got comprehensively picked up at turn 1. They've fought back very well from that.
They have fought back very, very well indeed. There's been a lot of fight back stories in this motor race. Even one from the number 3 Corvette, which is now back in the lead. They had an issue on the stop, well, a couple of stops ago, I guess it was, and I forget what that was now. I did have a note about it. It was they just, I guess they couldn't get it couldn't get the engine fired and into gear, so that cost them quite a bit of time and quite a bit of track position, and they made it up again.
You hope now, Johnny Palmer, with an hour and 2 minutes to go, you really hope that whatever happens now to determine position is done by a bit of brilliance or genius, and not some bad luck or something befalling one of the cars, because I know everybody takes the win and the W is the W, but after a race like this, you want it to see it decided in a positive way, don't you?
That is horrible when a situation that you've worked at all the way through the night, got to the various milestones, and you really feel good that the race has gone pretty much to plan, and then something entirely out of your control disrupts or completely ruins that. And I mean, motorsport isn't necessarily always the fairest of sports through the years, and particularly around this place, you have to account for the unexpected and something out of your control. But as long as you're doing all the things that you need to do, everything else kind of doesn't really matter, and you'll face potentially a bit of adversity in the next hour or so. And also, you know, the stress, the nerves can generate mistakes too, and there'll be an awful lot of those. Make no mistake about it, because drivers, teams that are in good positions right now can sense victory and think, this is ours to throw away now. And very easy then to throw it away, and you can start to, those mind games can creep in out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was talking with Jeremy earlier on, and I know you were listening, about the pressure of having not just your own performance, but the hopes of all of the team who've got you to this position. We'll have our final Mazda in race update in just a moment or two time, but we've gone through the 23rd hour of racing and the final hour of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona for 2021. The 59th running of this classic endurance race starts right now. So with 60 minutes on the clock and one more pit stop for the leading runners, it's Philippe Albuquerque who has the lead in the number 10 Conning Minolta Acura by about 2.5 seconds from Harry Tincknell, who's going to take the Mazda number 55 to the end. 3 laps down at one stage. That Mazda now right back in the hunt. Juan Montoya's just made a pit stop, so I think Renger van der Zande will nip back in front into 3rd place in the 0-1 Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing. They've been very quick all yesterday and today. Almost looked like their chance had gone when Scott Dixon had a very nasty incident with the right rear letting go on the speedway, but he got it back. They didn't lose a lap, and they're still in there. Ally Cadillac Racing for Kamui Kobayashi in the top 5 as well. All of the top cars still on the lead lap and still very much in the fight. In LMP2, Gabriel Aubry for Tower Motorsport leads by just on a minute from Paul Luke-Chaton for Era Motorsport. That's the 8 and 18 Oregas, with Chris Meese back in the Dragon Speed car. Another Oreca, a lap, 3 laps down in 3rd position, and he's got sub-laps in hand over Sven Muller, Porsche factory driver. So an Audi factory driver, Porsche factory driver in LMP2s. That tells you about the future for those two manufacturers, doesn't it, with LMDH just around the corner. Cracking battle in GT Le Mans. 11th down over. Jordan Taylor leads by just half a second from BMW Team RLL, the M8 GTE, with Augusto Farfus behind the wheel of the 24 car. That's the black machine. Then Tom Miller in the second, Corvette's number 4. He's 6 seconds further back, and another half a minute or so it is the 4th place car. That's Risi Competizione for the 62 Ferrari 488, Alessandro Pegguidi behind the wheel. In LMP3, Spencer Piggott is doing what Spencer does. He's been in the Riley Motorsports number 74 leash here for a very long time, and he leads it by 3 laps from Schwab Barbosa, who's driving the wheels off the Sean Creech Motorsport number 33 car, the red, white and blue. Mueller Motorsports are in 3rd, but they again are laps down on the leaders. In GT Daytona, this is another really close fight for the top step of the podium and the Rolex watches. Mauro Engel for Winwood Racing by just on 2 seconds from Raffaele Marciello. Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, so the 2 AMG GT3s 57 and 75 lead. Then it's Andrea Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing, looking to make it 4 in a row for Lamborghini and 2 for that team. They have the number 1 Lamborghini in 3rd position. They've got about 3.5-4 seconds on Wright Motorsports. Porsche in 4th, Jan Halen in the teal blue number 16 car. Then Ross Gunn is the best of the Aston Martins, 20 seconds further back in the number 23 Heart of Racing team. Richard Westbrook entrusted with bringing the TF Sport Aston Martin Vantage home, the number 97 car in 6th position. Shea Adam with more pit stops at the front of the field.
Fuel, tires, and a drink bottle change for Ricky Taylor. For Philippe Albuquerque. This is the second to last stop for the number 10, the Konica Minolta Acura. Further down the pit lane, we have Harry Tincknell in. He is not getting out of that car. Good luck with that if you thought that he would. It's fuel and 4 new tires and a very nice.
I've noticed how few of those have been used in the last few hours. But whatever you've got now, you get it out. New set of Michelins, yes please. Clean windscreen, oh definitely. absolutely right. It's the last tear off. We're going to use it right now. Need to clean the windscreen again. We'll do that by hand. So those two cars which came in first and second go out with about the same gap between them. There's 5 seconds between them. They're not off the pit lane speed limiter now. And I would say that actually the Mazda is a couple of seconds further back just by eye and counting in head, which is not always the best thing to do. But
there's the 0-1 just going past, going on the inside of the number 10 car as it comes out.
Yes, so that's significant because that 0-1 Renger van der Zande has already made, Jeremy, the pit stop that those cars have just made. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. The penultimate stop. Those, the number 10, number 55, they were the last 2 cars on the lead lap to make their penultimate pit stop. Of course, when we come down to the final stops, which would be, you know, well, any time from about 20 minutes from now, it'll be the number 10, number 55 will need most likely a little bit less fuel than those other cars. Having said that, you were talking about a little while ago, sort of splitting the length of these stints.
Yeah.
Number 48.01 in particular. The 60 car went a little bit further, but you know, they're trying to do 3 equal stints to get to the end of this race.
Yeah,
to see whether that pans out. But number 01 car is right there now.
Yeah, all 1 the 48 and the 60 all did shorter stints last time around. Renger van der Zande stayed in the 0-1. He only did 18 out of a potential 20-21 stop laps. Kobayashi, 22 laps actually. Kobayashi only did 16 laps and then went back out again in the Ally Cadillac. And Juan Montoya, who'd taken over the 16 Acura for the Meyershank Racing, did 16 laps before he went back out again. So there's a bit of mind games going on, isn't there, really, down there, to see who jumps and who follows who and where you are. And again, Jeremy, we've been talking about this all race, how the different cars perform slightly differently at different parts of their fuel load and their tyre wear. Well, what you'll want to do now is maximise the parts of those stints where your car is good. So if you're good in the early stages, you might as well do 3 short stops. If you're good in the late stages, you might as well do the longer stints to get the best out of what your car is giving you.
Look, it certainly paid off for the number 01 car. That made its last pit stop at lap 767, so 6 laps before the number 10. Before the 01 car came in for its stop, it was in 3rd position, 6 seconds behind the leader. It now leads the motor race. Generally speaking, if you stay out longer on older tyres, you are going to pick up time over somebody coming out of the pits on fresh tyres. That only works in kind of the short term. A longer term period, like 6 laps. By then, a fresh set of tyres is fully up to temperature within a lap or 2, and then it can gain time on the older tyres. Yeah. So it's really interesting to see how this is playing out in the final stages. And still, as you say, Jimmy Johnson looks like he did a super sit, by the way, last night. This very much came on between not only these 3, because Harry Ticknell in the Mazda, he's come out there now fully 5 seconds behind. He was in 2nd, he's now in 4th. So again, it did not pan out that last stint for the number 55 Mazda.
In for their last stop at 52 minutes from 2nd in GT Daytona, Shea Adam.
We've got Raffaele Marciello in for Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, the number 75, Jan Halen in for Wright Motorsport in the number 16 Porsche, and Ross Gunn in for the 23 Art of Racing Aston Martin. Ross will be the first one back into the fast lane because he needs less fuel, having pitted more recently than the 2 cars in front of him. Now the question is, do they throw tires at it, or do they just do the bare minimum amount of fuel? And does anyone dare take their driver out at this point? I'm not seeing any driver changes, and I'll have to let you know when they cross the pit outline how long everybody sat patiently.
I hesitate to bring this up, Shea, but are we sure that all those leading cars in GT Daytona have fulfilled their drive time commitments on their drivers?
Yes, I did go through that. I made a list and I crossed everybody off. The 75 was good. Habul and Grenier were the two drivers who needed to meet it on that car. For the 23, it was Roman DeAngelis and Ian James. Ian drove much of yesterday. Roman drove much of today. Jan Halen drove the start. Trent Hinman finished his drive time earlier this morning. So they are good to go.
57?
For the other two, 57. Our three drivers who needed their drive time were Phil Ellis, Indy Donchi, and Russell Ward. I believe Ellis got his drive time accomplished in that last stint he did before Mauro Engel got in the car. And as for the number one machine, that was Corey Lewis and Madison Snow who needed to get their drive times in, and Corey did well more than 4 hours this morning, well more than 4.5 hours this morning, and Madison Snow has done more than a quarter of the race.
Right, so that is good, because that means we are looking at a fair fight then between those cars, and we wait then to see how long Mauro Engel stays out before making his last pit stop, Jeremy, in GTD. He's been out there 13 laps. Rafael Marciello's made Latiabi's last stop. He came in a good 10 laps or so before he needed to, but that's that stop out the way. He's dropped to third behind Caldarelli, but he can't go to the end, and neither can Ross Gunn behind him, and certainly neither can Mauro Engel leading the pack. So the dice is being cast there in terms of the guys from Gradient who are running that, and Andres and the rest of the guys have done a very good job. They've cast their die. They're saying, right, we're good to the end from here.
Indeed so, and same in GTLM now. The leaders there looking their final spot in this 24-hour race. 49 minutes remaining, comfortably to get to the end here. Press their tyres and a full tank of fuel. Away goes the Corvette, ahead significantly of the BMW. It's still in the pit box. Is there a problem? Or was it just the fact that it needed less fuel?
Well, yes, good point.
Well, I mean, they made a last stop last time around, but we have seen pretty much all the way through the race, I think, the Corvette going a little bit longer on its fuel since than the BMW, so it needs a little bit less fuel.
The Ford Corvette had done 14 laps, has done 14 laps. The 3 had done 20, BMW had done 13, so make of that what you will.
Yeah, but it's the previous stint really that's
that's a very good point, because you don't know what they were working on with what was left in the tank, because Jordan Taylor had done a 21 lap stint before the 1 lap stint he's just done, whereas the Milner car had done 31, then 14, and the Farfus car had done 31, then 14. So the 3 car potentially doing something slightly different on fuel. We've seen this before with Corvette racing. It hasn't always worked, Jeremy, but it looks like from further out, what's happened is the number 3 car has split the race into 3 shorter stints.
It does. I agree.
I think that's smart. It's very smart indeed. Johnny Palmer with us in the Agony Global broadcast booth. He's the number 4 car coming in after just 15 laps. We are 47 minutes and 20 seconds. I've got that feeling at the moment, Johnny, and you'll know this when I mention it. I'm looking at various timing screens, and I actually, right now, I don't know where to look, because there's things happening literally everywhere on the timing screen and on the track.
Yeah, and you know it's going to be like that to the flag, because I remember watching many a final lap with you at this place, and we literally have to have 4 pairs of eyes to keep tabs on 4 classes. Well, it's not going to quite be 5 pairs this time, even though that's as many classes as we have, because there are 1 or 2 divisions that have settled down like LMP3, but it's a question of where to look next as far as GTLM is concerned. DPI is just frenetic, and then you've got the extra scope of when cars have come out from the pit lane on completely cold tyres. Jordan Taylor nearly threw the number 3 car off the road going into the International Horseshoe, and these are the things that are forever going through drivers' minds, even though the end of the race is well and truly in sight now.
Johnny, we've still got around about, well, we've got a full stint of fuel for most people. What is going to live with you to this point? We still might have, of course, the big finale, the grand move. It could still happen, but what will you take out of this race to this point?
There was a moment earlier on this morning which saw the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura up against the 01 Cadillac Chip Ganassi car, and it was Alexander Rossi and Kevin Magnussen, two single-seater stalwarts there, driving. Now, I know Rossi, of course. Indeed. Now I know Rossi is more experienced at the wheel of these DPIs than Kevin Magnussen, but Magnussen's taken to this weekend like he's been doing it all his life, and I suppose, you know, through a process of osmosis and his father, he kind of has, in a way. He's been monitoring Jan's progress ever since he was born, and therefore knows this style of racing and has immediately fitted into it. There were two overtakes into the bus stop when Magnussen was going for the lead. One that didn't work, and Rossi could see that happening, so deliberately backed out of it, allowed Magnussen to make his mistake, and then just picked him off on the exit. And then only about 5-6 laps later, Magnussen had the inside line because of all the grunt that the 01 car has had for a lot of this race off turn 6, and just got a brilliant move done into the bus stop chicane. It was a classic overtake, and the car control from both and the respect from both is something that I will take from this race and remember for many years.
And that is still, as we say, with 44 minutes to go, 107.9 around the track. Thank you to all of our colleagues, wherever they are, trackside, up in London or in Charlotte. It takes a team of people to do this, and many of them are behind the scenes, not in front of the mics or the cameras, but without whom we cannot bring you the coverage. And that includes, by the way, the cooperation of all of the teams in the paddock, working under strict COVID protocols in a bio bubble, which has seen people checking in or a minimum of once a day. Even if they are staying in RVs at the track, they've had to go, before they can get into the paddock, they've had to go and be checked out, get a QR code. All of the support staff at the Daytona International Speedway, particularly those who make sure that we can be heard there on the FM and on the very effective PA system. Tyler Norling and the rest of his IMSA team as well, who serve many masters over a weekend, and what they do for us on the broadcast side is a tiny proportion of all the hard work that they've been putting in. So thank you very much indeed as we kick off the 2021 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and indeed IMSA season. I'll say this now, I think everybody is to be complimented for getting this race on at all. 49 cars is a triumph, and let's hope that this is a portent of a season that started so optimistically. Jeremy Shaw, Kamui Kobayashi chasing down Renger van der Zande. These two know each other very, very well indeed. And in the money laps, all of a sudden, it's the two Cadillacs, Mr. Shaw, that are back in positions 1 and 2.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? I mean, Cadillac just had an amazing history in this race. They've won it for the last 4 years. Acura might have won the manufacturing championship last 2, but Cadillac has won this race, and this is the big one. And they're looking to get another one here. But Renger van der Zande against Kamui Kobayashi last year, they were both celebrating at victory lane as teammates at Konica Minolta Cadillac Racing. This time, driving for 2 different teams, and they are looking very, very strong at this stage. It's a super battle between these two. I mean, they know each other well, as you say, because they were teammates for the last couple of years, and both of them want another Rolex watch. Only one of them can have it, but Albuquerque, he's only another 4 seconds back in that the Wade Taylor Racing team, the Konica Minolta team. Now running, of course, the Acura, that last stint wasn't very helpful to them, but there's still one more pit stop to go. Also looking, by the way, at LMP2, the leading car, number 8, just made a pit stop. That's Gabriel Aubry. That's the tower Motorsport by Starworks entry, so that has handed back the advantage to the number 18, the Era Motorsport entry, Tony Chapman at the wheel of that car. So the two Frenchmen battling away. There's 36 seconds between them, but the number 8 car, as I say, has just pitted. It will still need a splash of fuel before the end. The number 18 car will need a full stop. So it's that's not over yet in LMP2.
No,
even though the cars are not particularly close together on the racetrack at the moment.
Yes, but that's the essence of endurance racing. You could be racing somebody who is the full length of the track away from you in some respects. Paul Shatland's got about 7 or 8 laps maybe to go. That's going to take him into the last half an hour, so that will be an interesting stop for Paul Shatland. Check that he's got 5 laps to go, 5 or 6 laps to go, but that will still take him somewhere close to the last half an hour. So
yeah, that's fine to get it to the end from there. Yeah,
correct. They do about 38 to 40 minutes, so he may not need full fuel, but neither will Aubrey, because he's only been out, as Jeremy says, for a couple of laps. That could be the battle of the pit crews, you know, and who gets the numbers right. How short, Phil, dare you go if you're looking for track position and the race to the end? And the other thing is, because they need a little bit more fuel, do Era Motorsport bang a set of tyres on it? Aubrey, I don't think, has the time with just the splash to put certainly 4 tyres on, but do Era Motorsport say, if we've got a set of tyres, might as well use them, Jeremy? That could be the tactic there.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's pretty much a full spin they will lead to the end there, but yes, it'll be a fresh set of tyres for Gabriel Aubrey, and you know, like the blue touch paper.
Yeah, very good indeed. Shea Adams been watching the GT Daytona battle, which is still to be resolved. Mauro Engel just seems by about 3-4 tenths a lap to be pulling away from Raffaele Marciello in second. The 2 Mercedes AMG GT3s, the 57 and the 75, Shea, have been in battle for a very, very long time.
I'm trying to do some sleuthing up and down the pit lane as to who took fresh tires. I believe that the 57 Windward Mercedes did not. It was stationary for a minute, or it was on the pit lane for a minute and 10 seconds total. I don't think Wright Motorsport and their Porsche took tires either, and neither did the Aston Martin number 23. But there is a question as to whether or not Sun Energy did, and so did Paul Miller. So if we get a caution, that's where the race is.
Okay, that's very interesting. Sad news of a late retirement, but a car that has been troubled. It is now official that PR1 Matheson Motorsport wins. Ray Neck's car, one of Ben Keating's steeds this weekend. Henson's got put in there, they all did a great job. That car will not see the checkered flag. And a warning for the number 97 Aston. Improper tyre while refuelling. Sure, you explained that before. That sounds something quite serious, but the reason it's a warning will be fairly specific.
Yeah, when this happens in practice, it usually means that the person either manning the fuel rig or the fire bottle is not wearing their fireproof socks, their Nomex socks. During the race, it typically means that the person involved, i.e. the fire bottle person or the refueler, did not put the visor all the way down, and that is a big no-no within itself.
Yeah, we saw earlier on with Bill Oberlin getting sprayed from an errant fuel hose, how nasty that can be. And if you've ever had petrol, gasoline on any exposed skin, I'll tell you now, it's very unpleasant indeed. 2 Corvettes are back together at the 2nd and 3rd positions of GT Le Mans. Sandro Peggy is leading for Risi. That's on the vagaries of their pit stops. That car will need to come in shortly. Guidi, he's starting his 22nd lap. They've been doing 31 or 32 laps in that Ferrari, so he's probably got 10 more laps before he needs to come in. That's 20 minutes. It'll be a short stop for that car, but he will not be able to get in and out and hold on to the lead. He's only got 10 seconds on Jordan Taylor and Tom Milner, and they've got 8.5 on Augusto Farfus. The two Corvettes still running as a team, Jeremy, as they have been for 95% of the race.
Yeah, but they've just, I mean, it's absolutely versatile. They've actually exchanged positions a couple of times in the last 2 laps. It's number 3 ahead of number 4 right now, but as they came across the trioval, the number 3 went past the number 4, so this is a super battle between these two. I mean, the orders of Corvette racing have always been, have they not? You can race each other, don't take each other out.
Absolutely.
We saw that fabulous finish a few years ago. Are we in for the same thing here?
You wouldn't bet against it, would you?
And if there's a caution, maybe that strategy for the Ferrari could work out. It's only about 10 seconds up the road, which is, of course, is not enough to overcome the time that would be taken by a strategy going through something you think he probably needs. But, this is fun.
3 more laps for Kamui Kobayashi in second, before I think he's got to come into the pit lane. And Renger van der Zande 3 or 4 for the 0-1, which is scored as the leader at the moment. The battle is still... Who's in, Shea, sorry?
The 0-1, he's in, and he's followed in by the 48.
Perfect.
They both are coming down the pit lane now. The 0-1 trundling down further and further and further because his pit box is almost down in the portion of the pit lane that we would affectionately call the lane of shame. It's fuel and tires for Kamui Kobayashi. Wow, that's going to be dangerous. And fuel and tires. At the very least, they're doing the left side on the Ganassi Cadillac. Are they going to go around and do all 4? Yes, they are. So it's 4 tires for each of them. Came in from first and second. That leaves the Acura leading the Mazda out on the racetrack right now.
They're pretty well named, Jeremy, at full fuel loads, and they can easily change the tyres in the time that they'll put the fuel in. So that is a no-risk strategy there, and you get a new set of Michelins to take you to the end. They came in the order 0-1 and 48, with Renger leading in Kamui Kobayashi. They will go out in exactly the same order. Will mean that Philippe Albuquerque has come around and retakes the lead of the race. Harry Tincknell 5.7 seconds in second. He took a bunch of time out the leader last time around, Jeremy.
Yeah, out of the leader, did he? Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, he took about a second out of him, you're right. And the number 10 car, I mean, now is Hamilton. He can go right now. He can lay down 2 quick laps, hopefully not too much traffic, and that is the only thing that's going to get him back into contention, I think, because he had made up a little bit of ground over the last 2 or 3 laps. It was 4 seconds, it was down to 2. So, and here he comes now. This is Albuquerque making the final stop for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura.
And that makes sense again, because he doesn't want to get caught. That's only the end of his 14th lap. So he will fuel to the end. It will have to be a full tank, but only 2 tyres, Shea, Adam, because they didn't need as much fuel.
Left side only. They probably had enough time to run around and do the right sides as well. But the 55 Mazda also into the pit lane. This is fuel, tires, and a windshield tear-off. They have 4 Mazda tires, 4 Michelin tires on that Mazda. The car did start to roll ever so slightly with the fuel nozzle attached. That is typical for the Mazda. It's almost as if the little 2-liter engine gets so excited that it's almost about to go again that it just starts to roll of its own accord, and it's visible more on pit lanes that are slanted down, but that definitely was moving. It wasn't the wheels in motion, though.
Johnny Palmer, who would you like to be at the moment in terms of those top teams? The 10 Konica Minolta, the 55 Mazda, Chip Ganassi, or the 48? Who would you be right now?
That is so tough to call.
Well, this is a moment here, Johnny.
Yeah, it is.
Here because
I'll be the car that's doing an overtaking here.
Well, that's the 0-1. The 0-1 has got around in front of Harry Tincknell, but I think Albuquerque, Johnny, got out ahead of the pair of them, and therefore will still be scored as the leader next time around. So effectively what we've got now, and the timing will catch up in a moment, will be Van der Zande from Albuquerque from Ticknell. I think that's how it's going to... Sorry, Albuquerque from Van der Sande from Ticknell. I think, Johnny, that's how it's going to play.
Yeah, sounds about right. One thing I did notice is that although the Chip Ganassi Cadillac pitted a much further down on pit road, it looked like visually that the team turned that 01 car around much more quickly than the 48, and there was maybe a second or two gained there. Could that prove pivotal as now the 01 arrives at the bus stop chicane? And this is full qualifying pace now, no doubt about it. We've had a phase, well, a number of phases of the race where they've been happily circulating in the 136 or 137s, but with a near enough brand new set of Michelins now to be utilised in this final stint, it is time to really push and see where they end up. But Philippe Albuquerque, so experienced in this race, he's tasted the good and the bad luck in it. A little bit of traffic for him to deal with at the start of this lap, but can do that very quickly indeed into the international horseshoe. And I'll change my mind, not for the first time in this last half an hour, and say I want to be the 10 right now.
Well, you had the numbers in the right order. You had the numbers rather, just in the wrong order. It's the two binary cars there, the 1-0 and the 0-1. Shea, there was no fumbles, I don't think, in the pit stop. My goodness, the 25 BMW on that transition again, trying to gain a little bit of time. Conor de Filippi's a lap down on the leaders, and he was trying to unlap himself with the two Corvettes. And just misjudged his braking, decided to peel out to the right so as not to run into the back of the third place Corvette. So that was a good move there. I think he might have been battling for position there. Yes, he was. I'll take that back. He's in the pit lane anyway. It was a false position for that car. 0-1 and 1-0, leading the 1-0, 0-1 in second position. Now, where was I going with that? Yes, Shea Adam, I didn't see any fumbles in the pit lane for those last pit stops, so it was down to how much fuel went in. What are the comparative pit stop times then for that last pit stop, which will be the final scheduled pit stop for those DPIs at the front of the third?
From shortest to longest, Philippe Albuquerque had the shortest stop in the Konica Minolta Acura, 1 minute 7 seconds. Next shortest was Harry Tinknell in the 55 Mazda, 1 minute 8 seconds. Then we find Renger van der Zande in the 01 Chip Ganassi Cadillac, 1 minute 15 seconds, and Kamui Kobayashi in the 48 Ally Cadillac, 1 minute 18 seconds. That's a big discrepancy.
Yeah, that's an odd one, Jeremy.
No, it isn't. That goes back to the...
that goes, yes, of course, because of the fuel. Yeah.
Yeah, number 10 and number 55, they're on exactly the same
yes.
They came in on exactly the same lap, whereas the number 01 car on a previous stop was 6 laps more. And number 48 car an extra lap as well, so that ties in absolutely perfectly, and that is all down to strategy that's played out over the last hour and a half or so. Great stuff. This is fun.
What we've seen, Jeremy, since we went green last time around some hour and 22 minutes ago, is we've seen a lovely mix of really impressive, not quite qualifying pace, but push style of driving, mixed in with a healthy helping of strategy calls coming from the pit lane, and as we said before, trying to maximise the places where your car has the advantage.
Yeah, there has been lots of great strategies. It's been a fascinating motor race. It really has, and it's been flat out from the word go. I mean, they weren't pushing ultra hard. They were pushing probably 90 or 95% for the majority of the race. Now they're not, but I mean the lap time's about the same as they've been running pretty much all the way through this race, and it's been just a tremendous contest from start to finish.
LMP2, let's take an update there. It is still 37 seconds between those two, but they both need a final pit stop, 8 and 18. That's interesting. We've got 1-0 and 0-1. We've got 8 and 18 battling together. We've got in GTD 57 and 75. Sure, you can make something of that later. Those two LMP2 cars, Tower Motorsport and Aero Motorsport, both need stops. They will not necessarily be the same length in GT Daytona. I think everybody's fueled to the end now, and therefore that 12.5, call it 13 seconds lead between Mauro Engel and Raffaele Marcello. It was over 15, 16 seconds not so very long ago, but that is a real gap, as is the gap between second and third, which is Andrea Caldarelli for last year's winners in GTD, the Lamborghini Huracan trio of Paul Miller Racing. Quartet of Paul Miller Racing.
Yeah, John, you know,
go on.
Excuse me. Back to that P2 battle, the number 18 car for Aero Motorsport, that made its stop on lap 766, so 5 laps ago now. It's certainly going to be a stretch, but I think they can get to the end from there, but definitely not so the number 8 car, which holds an advantage at the moment of 36.9 seconds. Don't think that's going to be quite enough for the Tower Motorsports team, but it's certainly going to be pretty close, and those two they're both flat out from here. The two Frenchmen, Gabriel Aubry drives the leading car right now, number 8, but he definitely needs another pit stop, and I don't think Paul-Luc Chatin in the number 18 car does.
I would say
it's close.
It's close for both, but
no, it's not close. I don't think it's close.
It's not close for error.
The number 8 car definitely needs to stop.
Yeah,
and I think the 18. Yeah, the 18 is pretty close. I agree. Whoa, there's a huge lockup.
That was a few moments ago from the BMW number 25. It's since come in and had the right side tyres changed on that BMW. Risi Competizione have to come in shortly. I reckon another couple of laps for it's Alessandro Perghidi. That 2, possibly 3 laps for them. They will take a splash of fuel and come out. Where are they going to come out? They're going to drop out of contention for a podium position, aren't they? Drop behind the 2 Corvettes and the BMW. It was a brave effort by Rick Mayer and the rest of the team to do something different. They really needed a full course yellow, which all of us were hoping not to have, because we want this race to stay green. 57 leading in GT Daytona. Mauro Engel just eases out back to 13 seconds from Raffaele Marciello. It's been a good run from the Winward Racing team in GT Daytona. What a debut in the category for that equipe, Jeremy. And you know, we've seen them in the past put some good runs together in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Now with HTP Racing in Europe under their wing as well. Mauro Engel with the honour of bringing that car home, and that 57 car, the blue and black machine, has looked pretty good throughout the whole race, to be honest.
Oh, it certainly has, yes. Very, very good indeed. And they had one drama, didn't they, when they were involved in an incident at turn 1 several hours ago.
Wow, yes, that's
seems to recall. But other than that, it's been absolutely fantastic run for them. I mean, they've got the strategy right. The pit stops have obviously been good. You know, so it's all the things that you talked about at the top of the show.
Johnny Palmer is with Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindhoff, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Last 20 minutes, the LMP2 battle I'm fascinated about to see how that goes. There's a pit stop for the leader to come, but with just still, Johnny, 10 seconds between the top 10, a fumble, somebody getting it wrong in front of the leading cars. The pressure is massively on the leading Acura now, as it is. We had 2 Cadillacs not so long ago, but now in the top 3 different manufacturers, Johnny.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it, considering the Mazda at one point was 3 laps down from everybody else in DPI pretty much, and looked well out of it and inched its way steadily back towards the lead lap. Now only 5 5.7 seconds it is to the race leader Philippe Albuquerque, and Albuquerque came out from that latest round of pit stops with something like a 4 or 5 second lead, and that's being chiselled away by Renger van der Zande. He's got it down to 2.8 seconds now. To catch Philippe Albuquerque, even at those very small steps, is really motoring on. 2 seconds now is the gap on lap 794, with Harry Tincknell a further 3.6 adrift, but amazing to have just over 5 seconds separating those three very different DPI cars. I mean, instantly recognisable with the styling cues from the street cars, and Mazda could yet do better than third. Who would have thought it? So the Ferrari number 62 is in. This is the expected stop for Alessandro Pierre Guidi, and therefore Jordan Taylor and Tommy Milner will head back into the lead of the race. Yellow Corvette ahead of the silver one of Tommy Milner. Augusto Farfus back up to third position as well, but still frustratingly for the Brazilian, can't quite get close enough to those two Corvettes that remain nose to tail and are not averse to switching places sometimes every other lap, because Corvette permit that kind of thing. And it is the turn of the number 3 of Jordan Taylor to remain in front. Connor De Filippi, who is no longer on the lead lap, that was the case before he'd made that mistake as well into the first corner when he was catching up to the two Corvettes into turn 1 and immediately pitted after that. Now Alessandro Pierre Guidi, having completed his stop for Risi Competizione, will feed back in, and the latest information suggests he's 34 seconds away from the leading Corvette, so does lose time. That was always part of the plan, and the Ferrari has now served its final stop. We're into the final 20 minutes of the 59th running of the Rolex 24 of Daytona. 1.5 seconds now, John Hindhaugh, between Philippe Albuquerque and Renger van der Zande.
You still want to be the 10, or do you want to be the 01? Come on, Johnny. Jump off that fence.
I think I want to be the 55. Let's get Harry involved as well.
Well, I tell you what, he's only 4 seconds back, and he's been turning in some good laps as well. And Van der Zande and Albuquerque, this is very interesting. Renger van der Zande was last year a Wayne Taylor Racing driver, Jeremy. Effectively, Philippe Albuquerque is the man that replaced him. Is there a wee bit of needle there? I don't know, but I tell you what, it spices up the story a little bit, doesn't it? Because you know that Renger, if there's one car that he wanted to beat out there today, it was that Acura from his old team.
Yeah, and you know the number 10 car just put on left side tyres at that pit stop. The gap over the last 2 laps, it was 6.4 seconds, then it was 5.6, then 4.4, then 4.0, then 3.5, then 3.1, then 1.9, and then 1.4. Now it's less than that. It's closing in next week. Right on the tail, nose to tail now as they head out of the bus stop into NASCAR 3 and 4.
This is the battle at the head of the motor race. We have been racing for 23 hours and almost 43 minutes. And with a bit of traffic, they're in the tri-oval. Acura, the black and blue car, goes down to turn 1. The lighter coloured car with the red fin in second place is the returning Chip Ganassi Racing team, put into the top class with Cadillac. There's an opportunity down the outside here, and Van der Zande takes no second invitation. He's on the attack straight away. There was no waiting and gathering himself. The side-by-side out of the International Horseshoe, side-by-side towards the kink. Van der Zande's going to have to tough it out on the outside and can't do it, as Albuquerque just eased through the kink there. Very clever piece of driving. Basically said to Renger van der Zande, oh yeah, you can put yourself on the outside there, but you're going to end up on the grass if you continue to do that. Turn 6, who gets the drive onto the high banks of Daytona? Johnny Palmer. This is absolute quality in the last 16.5 minutes.
We've been saying all race that the 0-1 has just got phenomenal drive off turn 6 to give the opportunity potentially for the Cadillac into the bus stop. It's not going to happen on this lap, but this is what K-Mag was finding in exactly the same car earlier on when he was up against the 10, the Acura Konica Minolta car of, at that time, Alexander Rossi. So it all depends on whether Renger van der Zanden can get exactly the same sort of rotation out of 6 to get then that straight line drive up into Speedway turn 1. But it's obviously very good out of 1 as well. That's what gave Renger the opportunity, albeit around the outside, into the international horseshoe. And he was asking Philippe Albuquerque a massive question. When it came to turn 4, the left-hand kink on the infield, it forced Albuquerque into an almighty defensive manoeuvre. 3.7, I'll just remind you, is the gap now from the back of van der Zanden to an approaching Harry Ticknell. This is not going well for the leaders in terms of their outright pace. They're slowing each other up through the battle.
It's great to watch. It is great to watch at the western end of the infield. These two cars with what are we going to call that? Three cars lengths between them. That's all it is. And again, a lovely entry by van der Zanden into turn 6. There's Porsche GT traffic. It's the much delayed number 79 WeatherTech car. Now one of the longer runs on the banking down towards the braking area at the bus stop. On as even, I would say, at this point. Maybe closing under braking again from van der Zanden. Ahead of them, a little more traffic. Some gaggle of cars further round that they will catch. That includes the 62 Risi Competizione car and the Magnus 44 machine. That's a little bit further round the track, Jeremy, go ahead.
Quicker than both of those two on the last lap was Harry Ticknell in third position, and quicker than Harry Ticknell was Kamui Kobayashi in car number 48.
It can't come down to 4 cars in the last 2 or 3 laps. We're not going to get the distance record. We're predicting 806 laps, which would mean 8 to go now for the leaders. Johnny Palmer. A little bit of a gap now, so we'll see the relative merits and performance of these two cars at the front of the field.
Yeah, and that's displayed by the 2 times that were produced by Albuquerque and van der Zanden on that lap in the low 136s again. And I think the traffic that maybe the 2 leaders had to get through safely. Harry Ticknell caught a bit of that on the previous lap because he's lost 7/10 of a second respectively to the 2 leaders. But Kobayashi doing about the same speed as Albuquerque and van der Zanden. So I think either way, Ticknell's going to end up with some company here, whether it be the 2 cars he's catching up ahead, or more likely from the Japanese behind in the Allied Cadillac Racing number 48 machine. So we'll have 2 for the lead, I reckon, and 2 to decide the final step on the podium. And this is that scenario, John, where you need eyes absolutely everywhere.
Why do you think I've got you back in the Hagerty Global broadcast booth so we can be watching trackers and what's going on out on the track at the same time? Just before we get another attack by Renger van der Zanden, let's have your questions, points arising and observations. Hashtag Michelin PRT. We'll be discussing that afterwards. We may have a grandstand finish here, or we may have more controversy yet, we don't know. And a reminder that on Monday, 1 o'clock Eastern, is our traditional In Vision Hagerty show. It's Hagerty Inside Track via Hagerty.com and the live part of their website. 1 o'clock EST and 6 o'clock in the UK, with some of the people making the headlines. To the king again, Johnny Palmer, and it's as close as it has been for the last few laps.
Yeah, not quite overlapping this time, but once more, if Philippe Albuquerque just outbrakes himself very slightly, then Renger's going to be there. But of course, you so rarely get a mistake like that from the Portuguese, and he stays in front. But now he has a decision to make. LMP3 car to get through, and good driving from the prototype driver, the mini prototype driver through turn 6, stayed well out of the way and allowed the leaders to pick their way by, both going to the low side in the end. Again, trying to judge the straight line speed of Albuquerque compared to Van der Zande. It's even Stevens. Van der Zande might be able to close a little bit of that margin up under braking. They'll leave the bus stop pretty much together. That's about a 6-car length gap heading through Speedway Turn 3.
Kobayashi 1.5 seconds behind Harry Tincknell in the battle for the 3rd step on the podium, and that is 4.5 seconds, give or take, behind the battle on the tri-oval now for the lead of the race, for the Rolex watches, for the entry into the record books as the winners of the 59th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 11 minutes to go. They're up on another Porsche this time. It's the Hardpoint EBM car that is going under the sword from the leaders. And the worry now will be at the front of the field, Johnny. Every time Philippe Albuquerque, you'll be listening to his spotter, every time that they say, oh, there's 3 cars ahead, there's 4 cars ahead, 1 or 2 he can pick off. But his worry will be if he gets on a battling group of cars, what that might do to his lap time.
And where on the track they are found as well, because if you find him on the straight, it's not a problem. He was held up a little bit.
Yeah,
I noticed that actually the Aston Martin he caught, number 97 at the West Horseshoe, benefited Albuquerque because he was able to skip by and Renger had to bide his time. But then the traffic just took all that away again at turn 6. Kamui Kobayashi, can I draw your attention to the Japanese in 4th place, has got the gap down to Harry Tincknell to less than a second now, because he was able to lap a full second quicker from the man from the southwest of England. And Tincknell under pressure, but not for the cars ahead of him, but for this final podium spot. Mazda have worked incredibly hard to be in that position, and you get the feeling Tincknell's going to have the elbows out to keep the Ally Cadillac behind.
Still waiting for the pit stop from the leading LMP2 car, Town Motorsport, by 32 seconds over Era Motorsport, 8 from 18. Jordan Taylor and Tom Milner ahead of the BMW by 13 seconds as the Corvette machine rolls on, with Farfus in 3rd and Per Guidi in 4th. LMP3, Riley Motorsports from Sean Creech from Milner. At least they're together on the timing screens. They split up by laps, though, as far as their positioning is concerned. And Winward Racing with Maro Engel, the 57 AMG GT3, now 15 seconds to the good. And Marciello, Raffaele Marciello in the Sun Energy 1 AMG, 7.5 seconds ahead of Caldarelli, who's 8 seconds ahead of Wright Motorsports in 4th position. It's the front of the field that has our attention as Johnny Palmer is watching Philippe Albuquerque on the high banks at turn 2 again.
Should be all right, I think, into the bus stop this time. Has a sufficient gap again. Traffic at the Western Horseshoe benefiting the race leader, and the chaser, Renger van der Zande, had to go very wide indeed. Took plenty of curb on the exit of the second Horseshoe and just struggled really for track position. Had all the grip that he needed, but couldn't apply the throttle as early as Philippe Albuquerque, and the gap's going to extend very slightly in the favour of the race leader. Also, Harry Tincknell has rectified that threat to an extent from Kobayashi. It's gone back to 1.2 seconds. Oh, into the pits. Is that Renger?
Yeah, it's a puncture. It's a puncture.
I thought it was.
Right rear again. Right rear again. That's exactly what happened before. And there is the race. Right there. Now, was there a touch? What has happened? Or is that just gone? It was Scott Dixon at the wheel when this car had the problem before for Chip Ganassi Racing, and it was the right rear. Jeremy Shaw, it had been awesome up until then in terms of consistency and speed. Chip Ganassi Racing have been robbed of a shot at it right at the very end. What drama! What drama! 7 minutes to go, and a repeat of the issue further round. It's just the one further out the track, just the one. Now, I didn't see it coming together there, but there's consternation at Win Taylor Racing. Or do they think, dare they think now, Johnny Palmer, that they've got this race won?
Many down at Konica Minolta. This is ours to lose now, and we are what, 5 seconds in front with 6.5 minutes to go. They were expecting full-on pressure all the way to the flag. I don't think they were close enough to have made any contact. They certainly didn't when there was the overlapping into turn 4, 5-6 laps ago. And the run to the end of that lap, they were far enough apart to be nowhere risking contact. And then all of a sudden, from a very high shot, I just noticed that the 01 car was slowing and coming into the pits, and big lock-up. I thought, okay, that's Renger on the very much on the limit, or is it a rear tyre gone? And that's exactly what it was, a rear right going. Thankfully, he was in a reasonably good place to get into the pits and back out again. But there goes your chance of winning the race, and the Masters up to second now.
Yes, and we've got the significant moment, Shea Adam in LMP2 as Tower Motorsport pit from the lead.
Which means that the leader is now Era Motorsport. They have at least a 20-second lead. And this is truly a fairy tale with 5.5 minutes to go. Can they hold on?
Jeremy Shaw, what a shame. We were really setting up for a grandstand finish with exceptional, quick, consistent laps before that right rear problem intervened for the 01 Chip Ganassi racing car.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any contact between those two. Look, I don't recall any other punctures for any other prototype team during this race. One has to wonder, the Ganassi team obviously new back into prototypes again. Were they just being a little bit too aggressive with the camber settings or the tire pressures or something like that on that Cadillac? Because that's the only other car that I can recall having any sort of a problem in this race. They've been turning wonderfully consistent, fast lap times. Each of the last 7 laps by Philip Albuquerque in the lead of this race, and therefore Renger van der Zande right behind him, were within 0.2 of a second. That is remarkable when you're working your way through traffic all of the time, constantly. Okay, everybody else in this race at this stage is mindful that the leaders are coming up behind them, but that was remarkable consistency and just a brilliant defensive drive from Albuquerque.
Change for second place. Kobayashi's gone through into second place. He was catching Tingnell. He's gone through into second position. Acura Cadillac Mazda now, just when we thought Mazda and Harry Tingnell might have been doing a great job and getting somewhere close. The battle has gone the way of the Allied Cadillac. And down in GT Daytona, Rafael Marciello with 16 seconds. He's not going to make that. Might have to do a little bit of fuel saving because they came in with 52 minutes to go from memory. Johnny Palmer, Kobayashi now is the challenger, but surely Acura and the new relationship with Wayne Taylor Racing, surely they will not be denied at this point. But Kobayashi, don't tell him that.
Well, of course, he was part of the lineup for Wayne Taylor Racing and Konica Minolta in the previous 2 years at this race and took victory with them. So, in a sense, he's got a bit of a score to settle with the number 10 car, who are the 10 car and crew are on course for a hat-trick, but there are no common drivers in this year's 10 lineup. Remember, it's entirely different. But Kamui Kobayashi, 6 seconds he's got to try and find in 3 minutes. It's a big stretch, and he's still got the hassle of Harry Tincknell behind as well. Harry's only 3 and a bit tenths adrift in that Mazda, so let's see whether he can offer a response, getting very, very close indeed under braking as they head through turns 1 and 2.
So now, what do you do? What do you say to Philippe Albuquerque? 5 seconds with a couple of laps remaining, and I have been reminded by a couple of people that the Mustang sampling car got a puncture as well on the right rear down towards turn 1. Just watching a replay there of Kobayashi going over the top of Harry Tincknell and claiming second position. 4.7 seconds. 2 laps from here, Jeremy?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, I mean, you just remarkable what Wayne Racing has done here. I mean, what a battle between these two, between those two great teams, between Chip Ganassi Racing. They've won this race overall 6 times. Wayne Taylor's run it twice as a driver. And 4 times as a team owner. It's been a remarkable effort by this team. Brand new switch to the Acura chassis for this season, and it's very, very close now.
And the white flag, in fact, is out. 3.5 miles to go. What a day this could be for the win for the Taylor family, with their team with one of their sons leading overall, and Jordan Taylor bringing the Corvette home to a famous victory in the GT Le Mans category. It's back up to 5 seconds. Harry Tinknell has not given up second place, by the way. Juan Montoya's 46 seconds further back in third, but could be picking his way through carbon fibre to a second place, depending on what goes on. The last lap has started. Where's the battle for second position? Just coming onto the infield now as the leader heads onto the high banks for the 807th and final time, considering the amount of full course yellow that we've had to be well over 800 laps. 8:33 is the distance record. Just shows you the pace that has been set when we have been green. And the last half a lap now. What noises is Philippe Albuquerque hearing in that car? Ricky Taylor, Alexander Rossi and Helio Castro Neves have done their parts, but it's the Portuguese driver who's been given the honour to bring it home, and they've had to scrap for it. This wasn't given, but 2021 IMSA gets underway, and the 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours is won by the Konica Minolta Acura. Kobayashi comes home second. Mazda from 3 laps down in third position. In LMP2, they're still battling, but there's 20 seconds between them. It will be 1-2 in Corvette for Wayne Taylor, for Jordan Taylor and Tommy Milner in the 3 and 4 car. Mauro Engel and Winward Racing win GTD. He takes the checkered flag from second. Sun Energy 1, what a great start to their partnership with Gradian Racing. Phenomenal finish, drama in Mazda's storybook, Jeremy. Drama from the formation lap right to the end. They couldn't get first gear and they lost second with a couple of laps to go, but what a race, what a race. Here are the Corvettes. It's the bright red Corvette, Jordan Taylor coming through in the number 3 car. He's only got the high banks to go. The red number 1 illuminated on the side of the door to tell him he's leading GT Le Mans. He knows that, the fans know that, and Corvette Racing continue their story at the Rolex 24. They took their 100th race in IMSA North American competition here on the 4th of July in the short race last year, and they move and chalk up another W. First and second, copybook stuff. Everyone has taken the checkered flag now. Jeremy Shaw, what a race in all 5 classes. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous. Hats off there to Philip Albuquerque. That's exactly why Wayne Taylor hired him to join this team for this year. He's been driving super successfully with the Action Express team in Cadillacs for the last few years, but Albuquerque is also, was a champion last year in Europe, and that was a great drive. That was a great performance by the entire team, of course, but he was the guy who was entrusted with the final stages of this race, and he did exactly what was asked of him. Fantastic motor race.
Johnny Palmer, 3 in a row with a manufacturer change in between for Wayne Taylor Racing. What a reputation they have here, and they add to their history. But 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 at the head of the field.
What's happened to the number 3 Corvette? After the line, it's ended up sideways at turn 1, it would appear. But yeah,
did cross the line though.
Form. Yeah, it did cross the line, take the win, thankfully. Of the last 5 years of this race, Wayne Taylor Racing have won 4 of them. 3 with the Cadillac DPI and now with the brand new car, and they seem to have missed absolutely nothing in that transition between one DPI to the other. All the strategy's gone with them, all that experience, a new driver lineup as well, remember, for 2021, but it doesn't seem to have mattered because they have battled and scrapped throughout all of that. There were so many little private battles that I'll probably need the next couple of days to really interrogate over the hours, but Philippe Albuquerque put in for that closing stint. But I remember, you know, the times when Rossi was at the wheel, Elio Castroneves worked incredibly hard, and of course Ricky Taylor, the other son of Wayne, all playing their part to get yet another victory for car number 10.
And Jeremy Shaw, what started the relationship between Wayne Taylor Racing and Acura? When we did our preview, what seems a million years ago in some respect, we talked about how well Penske and that organisation had done. They won championship here in IMSA with Acura, but they didn't get the big win in the endurance race, and first time out of the box with Wayne Taylor Racing, arguably the biggest IMSA race, the Rolex 24, and Acura win it with Wayne Taylor. Extraordinary stuff.
Absolutely, and yeah, they struggled last season. I mean, the Acuras were basically last at the end of the race last year. They had some niggling problems during the race. Really no problems at all for number 10 today. It's a real team performance, and what a day for the Taylor family. You know, both Jordan wins the GTLM, Ricky wins overall, Dad's over the moon. Incredible performance. But yeah, hats off here to Acura, because they've had problems in this race in the last few years. This was the one they wanted, and this is the one they have got.
GT Le Mans, the other pro class, Johnny, I said part of the way through the race that I like the way the Corvettes were running this race. It seemed to me they had something in hand, and certainly when the BMW got ahead, it almost seemed like the edict came from the pit box, right, okay, it's go time now, guys, and off they went. The pass for the lead was extraordinary coming out to turns 2 and 3, and then they re-established themselves in P1 and 2 and basically drove away from that point.
They did, and I didn't necessarily expect the latter stage dominance from those two cars. They struggled with what was a brand new car 12 months ago, of course, came home with a 4th place finish, but I've just been impressed with how consistent both of those cars have been. They've been happy to run at such close quarters, overtaking one another if the moment took them, and maybe they felt that one car was slightly quicker than the other at any phase in the race. They're comfortable to do that. They've been playing that sort of game at Corvette for years and years with the older cars, and they're using the momentum of what's been a brilliant year in 2020 to then carry that on into the biggest race of the next year, and a 1-2 finish is easily a deserved reward for that dominance.
Pretty decent race as well, Jeremy. In GTD, we sort of expect that. The excitement at the front of the field meant that, you know, we possibly didn't see quite as much of that and talk about. We're trying to keep across all of the 5 classes, but in the end, sort of under 30 seconds for the top 3, 2 Mercedes and the Lamborghini. Paul Miller Racing on the podium again, not repeating from last year. But what a start to their respective partnerships for Winward Racing, who in GT3 for the first time here in IMSA with the win, and Sun Energy One with Gradient in 2nd position, kept them honest all the way through.
Yeah, what a great day for Mercedes. I mean, they've shown well here in the past. It's always been competitive in GTD, but to come away with a 1-2 finish, wow, that's a big day for Mercedes. And for that Winward Racing team, look, they've got a good long relationship they've had now the last 3 or 4 years with Mercedes in GT4, but to step up into GTD for the very first time and come away with a win like that, wow, my hat's off to them. A really, really fine performance by all of those drivers.
First time for LMP3. Johnny, you talk about these cars a lot as our voice of the European Le Mans Series, Riley Motorsport. Well, there's a name, of course, that is synonymous with success here in IMSA, taking on the running of the GSP 320 Ligier. They come home ahead of Sean Creech Motorsport and the Decane, formerly known as Norma, in third position for the pole-sitting Mulder Motorsports. Gaps between those, but I think should be mentioned with honour in their first major 24-hour outing, certainly here in the IMSA competition. I know that they've done things like Thunderhill 25 and Silverstone 24 before, but first time at this level.
Yeah, and of the 7 starters, I make it 6 got to the line. They completed the 24 hours. Now, there may have been 1 or 2 hiccups along the line, but there were questions ahead of the race as to whether the little baby prototypes would be able to do the distance, being relatively inexperienced in 24-hour races. But 4 of them in that bank between 18th and 21st overall. 3 laps the winning margin in the end for Riley Motorsports, and it was Spencer Piggott who brought the car across the line, winning with Oliver Askew, Scott Andrews and Gar Robinson. But I've been mightily impressed, and it was fascinating to hear the thoughts of João Barbosa comparing one of the Ligier GSP3s with a DPI, no less. And funnily enough, there is a little bit of common ground. It's a small patch of common ground, but it does exist, and they're far less power, there's a lot less downforce as well, but you still have to hustle them to get good lap times. And brilliant that category has attracted such big names as the Portuguese down at Sean Creech Motorsport. They've just missed out on the victory, but nevertheless get second.
And Jeremy, LMP2, 6th overall for ERA. Good battle with Tower Motorsport. They did different things on the strategy. We like to see that strong entry, some attrition there in LMP2, but I think that was just kind of underlining how competitive LMP2 is, and I like to see those LMP2 cars there. As 19 seconds at the end, you'd take that in any class, to be honest.
Yes, absolutely. Really fine effort by Era Motorsport here. This was they won this race, in my opinion, at the restart on lap. It was their 723rd lap. It was the final restart, I think, it was the final restart of the race. They came into the pits as we went green and took on a splash of fuel. At that same time, equally crucially, the number 8 car was called for a penalty for overtaking too soon, basically, at the restart. That's when the race was won, right there and then.
Shea Adam with our VP Racing Pit and Paddock reports. Who have you got for us, Shea?
Oliver Askew, Rolex winner. How good does that sound to start out your 2021?
It sounds unbelievable. I'm at a loss for words, honestly. I am extremely tired, but extremely happy for this opportunity to be here. I'm taking a selfie with John Doonan right now, who's a longtime friend of mine, and we've always spoke about racing in this paddock. So. Yeah, just fantastic job by everyone at Riley Motorsports. I'd like to thank Gar Robinson and the Robinson family for the opportunity, giving me the opportunity to be here. Fantastic job by everyone. My teammates, Spencer Piggott, Gar Robinson, Scott Andrews, everyone on the team. This is a huge team effort.
In terms of the number 74 LMP3 machine, you guys led for most of this race. Was that more nerve-wracking than having to fight your way through?
It definitely is, especially when we're a couple laps ahead of the field and we're just trying to take care of the car. Any little noise that doesn't seem normal, you start to think a little bit too much about what might happen. So. Glad it wasn't longer than 24 hours, I'll say that.
Said earlier when you were talking to John, Johnny, and Jeremy that your focus is still trying to get back to IndyCar this year, but you have a 100% winning record in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Any chance we might keep you over here for sports cars?
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said before, I hope to come back for the rest of the endurance races this year, and definitely for another Daytona 24 next year as well.
Ollie, Oliver, it's high enough again. Well done. You deserve that. I'm going to say what I said to
Thank you so much.
before. I'm going to say what I said to you before. It's not always like this. You know that. You know how cruel motor racing can be. But go and enjoy. Congrats to you and the team. Sparkling performance, young man. Let's hope you can continue that throughout the rest of the Michelin Endurance Cup season. Well done.
I'm going to remember this one for a long time, and you know, I have a watch to remember it now as well. So thank you guys so much. Thanks to the listeners, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Oh, we did. Take plenty of selfies. Oliver Askew out of the Riley winning LMP3. What a story that is, Jeremy Shaw. First time in the endurance race, first time racing at night. Hadn't driven the P3 car very much as well. And I'm not being the little black rain cloud, but he knows, because he's been in motor racing for a while, it's not always going to be a day like this. But what a way to start.
Look, he's a special talent, that boy. First time I saw him drive, I think it was probably actually at the Formula Ford Festival. He'd not really done many car races before that. He'd really done a handful, and he was in contention to win that. The following weekend at Silverstone, he finished second in the Walter, well, until he got a puncture, which was not his fault. He was going for the lead. But in the Walter Trophy the following week, wet race, hadn't driven at Silverstone in the wet, finished second in the final to the guy who'd won everything for the last several years. He's a special talent. He's shown it all the way through the road to Indy. He showed it for me last year in IndyCars as well. It's IndyCars lost, and right now it's sports cars gain. But Oliver Askew definitely has a huge future ahead of him.
More than just the MEC, the MEC Michelin Endurance Cup, Jeremy. I mean, he's learned very quickly. As the Americans would say, he's a quick study. He's a fast learner, as well as a fast driver. It does take a difference in attitude. It does take a difference in preparation and mental fortitude to race for that amount of time with other people in the car, with other classes around you. And he's come out of this, I think, looking very good indeed.
Yeah, no question about it. But yeah, hats off also to Gar Robertson. Did a super job in that car as well.
Yes.
As of course did Scott Andrews to Spencer Piggott, who brought it home. I mean, the pressure on Spencer there. I noticed in the latter stages there, he was being overtaken by the overall race leader, and he kept well out of the way. But I'm thrilled for all of those guys, because they're all really good guys. The youngsters have all worked super hard. Scott Andrews, remarkably the oldest driver in that driver lineup, about 30 years of age, from Australia originally. I'm thrilled for all of them, because they're just really good guys who work super hard to create opportunities for themselves. And a huge thanks to Gar Robinson for giving that to them to drive with this Riley Motorsports team.
And Riley Motorsports, we've been waxing lyrical, rightly so, about the team that won overall, Jeremy, because Wayne Taylor Racing, fantastic stuff from them having changed manufacturer. But Riley just win. Doesn't matter what the car is, what the category is. Bill Riley is a winning machine, just like Wayne Taylor Racing. Yeah, he's a chip off the old block. His dad Bob, just a lovely guy, and super clever. So always in the background. He never wants the limelight, but he gets the limelight because his cars win races, and Bill Riley's team wins races, and they've done it again here. First time out running a P3 car, at least at this level, and they come away with a win. It was a perfectly orchestrated win. They came into the race with a plan to run. We talked about early on the fact that the LMP3 cars had to make one mandatory stop to change the brakes. They were allowed 8 minutes to do that, but the Riley team, they realized they needed to do more than that, so they made 2 brake changes on schedule. Everything was planned out before, and everything was organized, and they just executed absolutely perfectly. Well, as you can hear in the background, the formalities are starting in the victory lane. I'm very great thanks. Stay with us, by the way, on RS2. We've got Michelin post-race tech, and your questions are flooding in. So more analysis from Jeremy, Shea, Johnny and myself in the next few minutes. Thank you to our colleagues at NASCAR Productions up in Charlotte, who have made sure we've seen all of the action.